Chapter 1532. In the next moment, his body swayed, and like a phantom, he charged forward. In an instant, he was in front of Zhou Tian, and his terrifying palms slammed down. The cold sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard as the palm slammed down. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it exploded in the surroundings. Immediately, all the martial artists in the Fengyue brothel looked over. This palm was too terrifying. No one below the level of a 3-star king could withstand it. However, Zhou Tian sneered with a calm expression. His body swayed, and he turned into countless green lights, disappearing from the spot. Since you want to fight, I'll play with you. However, let's not fight in the Fengyue brothel. Otherwise, I can't afford to pay for the damage. As he spoke, he had already arrived in the sky outside. It seemed that the background of the Fengyue brothel was not simple. Even Zhou Tian did not dare to offend them. It's the same everywhere. Han Kun shouted coldly. His body swayed, and he flew out as well. It was obvious that there were hundreds of golden rays of light revolving around him at high speed. The terrifying golden lights seemed to be tearing the sky apart, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A golden armor seemed to have formed on his body, emitting a mysterious power as he charged toward Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian sneered. His body moved like a phantom, moving rapidly in the air, leaving behind countless afterimages. This was a very mysterious footwork, and he quickly dodged the golden lights that Han Kun shot out. His movements were extremely elegant, as if he was on a scenic tour. Too slow. Watch my counterattack. Zhou Tian sneered, then waved his hand. Suddenly, green lights surged rapidly, filling the surroundings, and charged toward Han Kun. These green flames were too terrifying. They were like the flames of hell, able to melt everything. Even weapons below the level of Earth-ranked treasures could not withstand this heat. Clearly, this was Zhou Tian's origin source flame, and he had refined it to a terrifying level. Boom! In the next moment, Han Kun's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the green flames had entered his golden domain. Some of the golden lights were even melted by the green flames. Damn it! Han Kun's face darkened. He did not expect to be at a disadvantage in an instant, and this made him extremely shocked. What made him even more shocked was the green flames. Clearly, his opponent's cultivation was only a late-stage 2-star king, while he was a true 3-star king. However, his opponent's green flames were able to pose a threat to him. This was too shocking. When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. At the same time, the genius martial artists from the surrounding countries walked out from their private rooms. Among them, the Jade Beauty and her brother. They realized that their opponent was too mysterious and too powerful. The green flames, in particular, made them feel a sense of trepidation. Ascend to heaven and descend to hell. Zhou Tian's expression became even more smug when he saw that all the genius martial artists from various countries had come to watch the battle. A green domain's SSSSSSSSSS at the same time, the green domain quickly churned, and a green palace quickly formed. It's of the Zhou is heaven, heaven's Tians of the heavens. As soon as it appeared, a green light covered the entire sky, and even Han Kun's king's domain started to burn. This scene was simply too terrifying. Han Kun saw that he was a 3-star king, and his king domain was extremely terrifying. However, at that moment, it was actually burning. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Even Lin Xian was surprised. His eyes flickered as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, the green palace in the sky was incomparably mysterious and was emitting a brilliant light. Countless green flames were burning fiercely on it, as if it was an immortal palace. Not good. I'm afraid this is an extremely terrifying secret technique from the Dushuan Empire. That green flame looks like the blue sky fire. He had heard that these flames were extremely frightening when they descended from the heavens. To think that this young man would possess such a mysterious flame. The Jade siblings frowned. Obviously, they had also heard of this flame. Then, they quickly sent a voice transmission, "Brother Han, please stop. Those flames are too terrifying. There's no need to continue fighting." Indeed, they were extremely worried about Han Kuen's safety. On the other hand, Han Kuen's face was gloomy. He looked to the front and suddenly cried out, "Gold domain, kill." In the next moment, the gold domain around Han Kuen emitted a brilliant light. Then, streaks of terrifying golden light shot up into the sky and swept across the land. They were like swords, sabers, and spears that quickly filled the entire sky. In an instant, the entire space was completely covered by the golden light, and the surrounding space started to tremble. This aura was so powerful that it even caused all the martial artists to tremble. Cracks appeared in many places in the sky. It was simply unable to withstand this aura. Bang! Bang! The incomparably mysterious green palace bloomed and violently collided with the golden light in the sky. Black cracks appeared like an abyss. It was extremely terrifying. The scene was too terrifying. In an instant, many of the golden light were burned to ashes. However, there were even more golden rays of light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged forward. Blue sky palm. Zhou Tian sneered and waved his palm. Suddenly, the green palace behind him surged rapidly, and a huge hand that was burning with green flames reached out from the palace. It was like the palm of a demon, and it quickly blasted forward. Bang! 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 The green flame palm was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it caused a large patch of golden light to disappear. Black holes appeared in the void one after another. In an instant, the golden light was destroyed, and the green palm quickly attacked Han Kuen. That terrifying palm wind and flames were already about to burn Han Kuen. Feeling the terrifying energy, Han Kuen's face changed again. He had no choice but to retreat quickly. Like a streak of golden light, he instantly retreated into the distance. Humph! You want to fight with this young master with your little tricks? You're overestimating yourself. Zhou Tian sneered. The few disciples from the aristocratic families who came with him also laughed at the sky. Their voices were filled with mockery. Brother Zhou, I have to say that you're too surprising. Although you're only a late-stage 2-star king, your blue sky flames are too terrifying. I'm afraid that even 3-star kings are no match for you. Not only that, I think that even some powerful 3-star kings are no match for Brother Zhou. Blue sky flames is indeed a divine flame that descended from the heavens. It's really terrifying. Chapter 1533. They talked and laughed, their words full of mockery. They did not care about Han Kuen's and the other people's expressions. There was no need for them to care. The disciples of the aristocratic families looked at Jade Beauty and her sister at the side. When they saw Jade Beauty, their eyes shone with a fiery light. One had to admit that Jade Beauty was too beautiful. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Many of the surrounding cultivators swallowed their saliva. The disciples of the aristocratic families were even more dazzled as they looked over from time to time. However, they did not make a move. They were the disciples of the aristocratic families of the Dushuan Empire. They had status and strength. They could not do something like snatching someone. What they hoped to do was to use their strength and charm to conquer the other party. This was their pride and confidence as the disciples of the aristocratic families. However, on the other side, Han Kuen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. As a 3-star king and a young genius of the Jinju nation, he had never been ridiculed like this. Therefore, with a furious roar, he charged forward again. Looking at Han Kun who was charging over, Zhou Tian smiled disdainfully. It's useless. It's futile to continue fighting. Zhou Tian sneered and shook his head. Although I'm only a late-stage 2-star king, I have the blue sky flame, which allows me to contend against 3-star kings. Even ordinary 3-star kings aren't a match for me. Although you're also a 3-star king, you have no chance of winning against me. Seeing that your talent is not bad, why don't you become my slave? As long as you serve me faithfully, my Zhou family will not treat you unfairly. *T. Die. Han Kun was furious. He was a genius of the Jinju nation. How could he become someone's slave? Therefore, he roared angrily, and the golden domain around him shone with brilliant light. Huge golden sword qi surged out of his body and quickly slashed forward. However, Zhou Tian sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand. Immediately, the green palace behind him shone brightly. A green flame appeared in the air. It emitted a terrifying power and shattered all the golden sword qi. Then, he waved his hands. 2 jade green palms shot out and slapped Han Kun's body, sending him flying. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. Zhou Tian was like a god of war, looking down on everyone. The other disciples from the other aristocratic families also burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain. However, Zhou Tian said coldly again, I'll give you a choice. Become my slave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he finished speaking, a sharp killing intent surged from his body. Stop. Jade Beauty and her brother could not bear to watch any longer. With a flash of their bodies, they quickly came to Han Kun's side and helped him up. Forget it, don't fight anymore. That person is too terrifying, especially that blue sky flame. It's a legendary divine flame that descended from the heavens. Although your cultivation is higher than his, you are still no match for him. Oh, what a beautiful person. Zhou Tian looked to the front and revealed a smile. From the looks of it, you must be the legendary Jade Beauty. Zhou Tian nodded. I've heard that the Jade Beauty's appearance is unparalleled. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed true. She's even prettier than the legends. Indeed, she's a peerless beauty. The other disciples from the aristocratic families also burst into laughter, their eyes burning with passion. Humph. Jade Beauty snorted coldly. To be honest, the gazes of those people made her uncomfortable. However, she could not retaliate and could only pretend that she did not see them. At this moment, most of the people were looking at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked to the front and nodded slightly. However, his eyes were clear and there was no infatuation in them. Moreover, he had no intention of interfering with what was happening in front of him because all of this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Zhou Tian spoke again. For the sake of the beauty, I'll spare your life today. However, if you're so blind to provoke me again, don't blame me for killing you. The other disciples from the aristocratic families also smirked. Soon, they looked around and fixed their eyes on another person. There's another beauty. Look at her appearance, she's not inferior to Jade Beauty. The disciples from the aristocratic families looked to the front, where there was also a beautiful figure. She wore a pure white dress and looked ethereal, with a hint of Jiangnan's grace. It was as if the coldest ice could melt under her gaze. Looking at you, you must be Bai Yuran from the Bai family. I didn't expect to see 2 peerless beauties at the same time today. How wonderful. Sigh. It's a pity that I have no chance to meet the 3 beauties who entered the Holy Land at Sangyue Square. It's such a pity. However, no matter how beautiful those three ladies are, I don't think they can compare to these two beauties. After feeling sad for a while, the disciples from the aristocratic families burst into laughter. Then, they looked around and spoke loudly. Today, we're going to have a heart-to-heart talk with these two beauties. Everyone else, get lost. Leave this place. This place is not open to the public today. If anyone dares to stay, don't blame me for being rude. Get lost if you don't want to die. Cold shouts were heard. Clearly, these disciples from the aristocratic families wanted to take over the entire Wind Moon restaurant. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were extremely pale. However, their eyes were filled with anger. They did not expect that these people would dare to take liberties with them in public. Beside the Jade Beauty, the handsome young man also had a face full of anger. These people dared to harbor ill intentions towards his younger sister. This filled his heart with murderous intent. Wind Moon Restaurant is a public place. Anyone can enter and leave. How dare you try to take it all for yourselves? Don't you think you're too arrogant? A cold voice sounded. Clearly, they were very displeased with the disciples' behavior. Why, do you have a problem with that? The disciples from the aristocratic family sneered. At that moment, Zhou Tian's expression darkened. Looks like the warning I gave you just now was not enough. I advise you to leave obediently. Otherwise, you might have to crawl out. Don't talk big. I've long wanted to experience your blue sky fire. Let's see if your blue sky fire is more powerful than my earth fire. Earth fire. Hearing that, the disciples from the aristocratic families were stunned. Zhou Tian was also stunned. So you're saying that you're from Fire Cloud Country? I heard that Fire Cloud Country has a very powerful earth fire. Today, I'll see for myself if it's as rumored. You'll see for yourself. Chapter 1534. It was an extremely ordinary youth, but his body was glowing with a red light. At the same time, a terrifying heat wave spread out, causing the surrounding space to distort. The earth flame was a terrifying underground flame. It was extremely rare. It was very famous in the nearby countries. Thus, when the red-clothed youth appeared, the surrounding cultivators all held their breaths and carefully watched. At the same time, they hoped that this youth would be able to defeat these arrogant aristocratic family disciples and help them vent their anger. Sky Palm. Zhou Tian snorted coldly, and immediately, two large green palms shot out, covering the sky as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. As for the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation, he also let out a long roar, and his body emitted a fiery red light. A huge red python appeared around him, quickly forming a fiery red domain. Earth Flame Domain. This was a domain formed from boundless earth flames. It was extremely terrifying, and just the aura caused the surrounding people to pale. To the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and carefully observed. He discovered that this true spirit world was truly amazing. The domains of these cultivators were too mysterious, and even he was surprised. It seemed that the martial Tao of this true spirit world was countless times stronger than that of the Tianwu continent. However, in the face of so many geniuses, Lin Xian's expression was calm. That was because he was extremely confident in himself. He knew that with his talent and strength, he wouldn't lose to any of them. Thus, at this moment, he slowly raised his wine cup and savored the wine as he watched the battle. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Unfortunately, everyone was focused on the battle, and no one saw it. If someone were to watch carefully, they would definitely be shocked. That was because at this moment, Lin Xian was surrounded by a formless energy that caused the shock waves of the battle to be unable to approach him. It could be said that wherever he said he was, it was an absolute safe zone. Everywhere outside of him was filled with berserk energy. The surrounding cultivators had no choice but to activate their armors and king domains to defend themselves. Otherwise, they would be roasted into a bloody mist by the terrifying heat. Earth flame, burn all things. Facing the terrifying green palm, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation also counterattacked. He snorted coldly. Then, balls of fiery red light gushed out from his body, forming an endless sea of red flames that burned in all directions. Then, he threw out a punch. Suddenly, the earthly fire domain sect also trembled rapidly, forming an incomparably huge fist that violently slammed forward. It was as if the sky was about to be torn apart. In the next moment, the two different flames collided with each other, emitting an earth-shattering sound of collision. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Everyone was incomparably nervous because this battle concerned whether or not they could continue to stay here. If the youth from the Flaming Cloud Nation lost, then all of them would be thrown out by the disciples of these aristocratic families. At that time, they would definitely lose all face and be too ashamed to face anyone. In the sky, the red flames collided with the green flames, instantly covering half of the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the warriors from the surrounding countries began to sneer. I originally thought that the aristocratic families of the Daxian country had some powerful methods. I didn't expect them to be so weak. Looks like stubborn disciples are stubborn disciples who only know how to talk big. That's right. You want to chase all of us away. Dream on. How laughable. Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you're from the Daxuan Empire? Is this the power of an aristocratic family disciple? That's all there is to it. A group of people mocked and ridiculed. It was obvious that they were already very dissatisfied with these aristocratic family disciples, but they didn't dare to say it before. Now that they saw that someone could resist the blue sky fire, they immediately began to mock and ridicule. On the other hand, the aristocratic family disciples had cold smiles on their faces. Zhou Tian even snorted coldly, then quickly waved his arm. The green palace quickly flew out, following his movements and blasting forward. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the green palace emitted an incomparably bright light, directly tearing the red flames apart. Then, it violently slammed into the young man from the Fire Cloud Nation. Boom! As if struck by lightning, the youth from the Flaming Shadow Nation spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. The red flames that filled the sky also disappeared in an instant. What? He lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. As for the warriors from the surrounding countries, their faces turned pale in disbelief. Lost? How could he have lost? Weren't they evenly matched just now? What happened? How could he lose in an instant? They really couldn't understand, and all of them looked desperate. On the other hand, the aristocratic family disciples laughed loudly. How could Zhou Tian lose to someone else? Now it seems that he was indeed hiding his strength. Of course. I just wanted to play with him. But now, I'm not in the mood. Zhou Tian also sneered. What? Hiding his strength? How could he still be hiding his strength? How strong is he? When the warriors from the surrounding countries heard this, their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of strength the other party had. However, Zhou Tian sneered, "All right everyone, we're going to have a heart-to-heart talk with the two beauties. Those who have nothing to do with it should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Don't be so arrogant." "I'll do it." The Jade Beauty's brother roared and took a step forward. His body emitted an extremely terrifying energy. At the same time, the surrounding warriors also had ferocious expressions on their faces. The auras from their bodies were linked together as if they were going to collapse the entire sky. In an instant, the aura of energy swept through the entire void. In fact, there were even cracks appearing in many places. What? You want to fight? Zhou Tian sneered. The other aristocratic family disciples also snorted coldly. Then, they stood together and displayed their king's domain. Suddenly, a monstrous and terrifying aura spread out. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on the sky. Immediately, the surrounding warriors were all pushed back. What? They're so strong. How is that possible? How can they be so strong? The warriors from the surrounding countries shook their heads frantically. They couldn't believe it. They were too strong. There were only 5 of them, but the aura they emitted was more terrifying than the dozens of people on their side. It was as if a wild beast was looking down on them. That made them feel a sense of despair in their hearts. Humph. Stubborn. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Tian snorted coldly and waved his large black palm. Immediately, the few cultivators in the vicinity were all sent flying. In an instant, more than 10 warriors were sent flying and left the Fenghua brothel. Chapter 1535. However, the surrounding disciples of the aristocratic families also quickly took action and threw all these people out. Don't do it. We'll leave on our own. Soon, the native warriors of the Dushuan Empire quickly left. The warriors of the surrounding countries were also mercilessly thrown out. The Wind Moon Tavern, which was originally packed with people, was now much less crowded, leaving behind countless empty spaces. Damn it! The young man from the Fire Cloud Nation roared. He wanted to fight back, but he was once again sent flying by the green flame. I can't accept this. Han Kun also roared. He used his metal domain and attacked again. In the end, he was sent flying by a disciple of an aristocratic family. Damn it! How dare you touch my sister? I'll fight you to the death. The handsome young man went crazy, but he was mercilessly thrown out by a disciple of an aristocratic family. In an instant, only Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were left in the Wind Moon restaurant. Their faces were pale. They wanted to escape, but they were held in place by an invisible force and could not move at all. Okay, we've finally thrown away those annoying ants. Now, we can have a good talk. The disciples of the aristocratic families laughed and walked forward. But soon, they frowned, and a trace of coldness appeared in their eyes. Because they realized that there was a figure sitting by the window. Zhou Tian and the others realized that there was a person sitting by the window. They were extremely surprised because they did not expect that there would be someone who dared to be here. Moreover, they had not noticed before. Immediately, the faces of the disciples of the aristocratic families darkened. One of them said coldly, "Are you deaf? Why are you still here? Get out of here." However, the figure in the distance did not move. He continued to lean against the window and drink alone. Seeing this scene, several people frowned. Even Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were puzzled. They did not expect that there would be someone who dared to be here. Could it be that this person is an expert? A glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. But soon, they laughed bitterly. Because they realized that the other party's aura was pitifully weak. He had just entered the King realm. How could such a person be an expert? With a sigh, the two of them could not help but worry about that figure. The face of the disciple of the aristocratic family who had scolded him earlier also darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to ignore him. This made him furious. A moment later, he laughed viciously and shouted coldly. This time, the voice contained an incomparably powerful energy that rushed forward. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." His voice turned into a murderous sound wave that quickly blasted forward. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. Even a 2-star King Realm expert would not be able to block it, let alone the figure in front of him. "Ah!" Jade Beauty and Bayuran cried out in surprise, while the disciples of the aristocratic families sneered. Anyone who dared to go against them would definitely end up in a miserable state. However, in the next moment, all of them widened their eyes. That was because that terrifying sound wave surged forward, but it suddenly disappeared, like a stone sinking into the sea. What's going on? It didn't work. The disciples of the aristocratic families all frowned. As for the person who had attacked earlier, he had a gloomy expression. "Impossible, how could I have failed? Brat, who are you? How did you dodge my attack?" As an expert, it was impossible for him to miss, so the other party must have used some unknown method to dodge his attack. The figure sitting in front was naturally Lin Xian. Previously, when these disciples of the aristocratic families were fighting with the warriors from the surrounding countries, he had only watched without any intention of interfering. Because these things had nothing to do with him. However, just because he didn't cause trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Later, these disciples of the aristocratic families chased everyone out of Wind Moon Restaurant, which undoubtedly made him unhappy. After all, he was also drinking in Wind Moon Restaurant. Now, the other party was even more aggressive and wanted to attack him. How could he tolerate that? In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "Why? Is it very difficult to dodge your attack?" Although his voice was steady, it contained a trace of disdain. It was as if dodging that murderous sound wave was an extremely ordinary thing. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know who I am?" The disciple of the aristocratic family had a gloomy expression, and his voice was cold and murderous. "Who you are has nothing to do with me. As long as you don't disturb me while I'm drinking, I won't attack you," Lin Xian said slowly. "What? You still want to attack me?" When the disciples of the aristocratic families heard that, they were so angry that they laughed. Good. 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 Kid, looks like the warning I gave you just now wasn't enough. What? Do you want me to break your legs personally and make you crawl here? Only then will you be afraid, right? Why waste time talking to him? Just break his legs and throw him out. Don't waste our time here. Yeah, don't you see the two beauties beside him waiting anxiously? Ha ha ha, kid, you don't know what's good for you. Consider yourself unlucky to be in our line of fire. In my opinion, there's no need to throw you out. It'll save us a lot of trouble if we just kill you. Alright, I'll do it. I'll burn him to ashes. That way, nothing will be left and we won't be disturbed. Zhou Tian said casually, then he struck out with his palm. To be honest, he did not care about Lin Xian at all. Because he had already checked earlier on. Lin Xian was only a 1-star king. This kind of cultivation did not interest him at all. After all, even a 3-star king might not be a match for him, much less a 1-star king. In the next moment, a green flame flew out from between his fingers and quickly floated toward Lin Xian. When they saw the green flame, Jade Beauty and Bayuran screamed again. This was not the first time the green flame had appeared, and each time, it displayed great power. When the assassin used it again, the other party would not be able to resist. They were not the only ones. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also cried out in alarm. Because although those ancient martial art practitioners had been sent flying, they had not left. At that moment, they were all watching from the vicinity of Fenghua Brothel. However, Zhou Tian and the others had set up an array around Fenghua Brothel. They could only see the situation inside but could not enter. Even if they tried to break the array forcefully, they could not break it. They could only wait anxiously outside. Earlier on, when they saw that there was someone else in Fonghua brothel, they were all shocked. But when they saw that the other party was only a one-star king, they immediately shook their heads and sighed. Because such a person would not be of any use at all. He would only be killed. But when the other party successfully dispelled the murderous sound wave, they all cried out in alarm. Because they did not know what method the other party had used to dispel the murderous sound wave. However, there were even more people who attributed what had happened earlier to luck. Chapter 1536. But now, Zhou Tian had used the fire of Chu by Luo again. This made them nervous again. The reason for that was because they knew that no one would be able to resist the flames. A green flame quickly floated out like a will-o'-the-wisp and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The green light shone brightly. With just a little bit of strength, it could burn an expert to ashes. Lin Xian was still calm. Facing the terrifying fire of Chu by Luo, he only turned his head slightly. Then, a ball of black light appeared in his eyes. A ball of black flame appeared out of nowhere and blasted forward like a flood. It was very strange. What? He wants to resist. What an idiot. Doesn't he know the power of the fire of Chu by Luo? The disciples shook their heads and sneered. The surrounding martial artists also sighed. They knew that any method would be useless in front of the fire of Chu by Luo. Chi! In the next moment, the two balls of flames collided in the air. Then, there was a flash of light, but no sound was heard. Then, the two balls of flames disappeared in the air. What? He blocked it. How is that possible? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The disciples were even more shocked. They knew how powerful the fire of Chu by Luo was. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. But now, Lin Xian had blocked it. No way, am I seeing things? He blocked the fire of Chu by Luo. What is that ball of black flame? How can it block the fire of Chu by Luo? Damn it, who is this kid? How did he do it? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. It was obvious that this scene had truly surprised everyone. This time, even Zhou Tian was anxious. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to resist his fire of Chu by Luo. The martial artists outside also widened their eyes in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. That was the fire of Chu by Luo. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. It was extremely terrifying and invincible. But now, it was blocked by someone. Moreover, the one who blocked it was a 1-star king. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in bewilderment. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a peerless expert. Could it be that this kid is hiding his cultivation? The faces of the disciples of the aristocratic families were also gloomy, while Zhou Tian sneered, Good, 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 I didn't think that I would have misjudged you. You are also an expert. But let me tell you, that was just a casual attack. It's nothing if you can take it, but if you can take my next attack, then I'll be impressed. However, if you can't handle it, then you can only be killed. This is what you get for messing with me. As he spoke, his body flickered with light. Boundless blue sky flames flickered rapidly. Then, a gigantic flaming palm appeared in the wind. Its terrifying aura covered the sky and dyed the entire space green. Pang! The green flaming hand slapped towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his finger. Countless black flames danced on the tip of his finger, forming a black longsword that quickly slashed forward. Boom! In the next moment, Bai Luo's palm collided with the black longsword, causing a terrifying tremor. These were two extremely terrifying flames. When they collided, the impact was even more frightening. Just the aftermath of the collision could probably destroy the entire Fenghua brothel. However, to everyone's surprise, the energy did not spread, and the Fenghua brothel remained unscathed. The reason was simple. Lin Xian and Zhou Tian's control of energy was extremely precise. Both of them fought within a controlled range and did not cause any damage to the Fenghua brothel. How terrifying! Even the disciples of the aristocratic families were frowning. Not only did the other party possess the mysterious black flames that could compete with Zhou Tian's Bailuo flames, but his control of energy was also no weaker than Zhou Tian's. Just based on these 2 points, the other party was definitely an expert. But who was this person? Why hadn't they seen him before? Zhou Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. Good. I didn't expect to meet an expert like you in the Fenghua brothel today. But don't be too smug. Next, I will show you my true strength and let you know the true power of Bailuo flames. If you can't block it, then die. As he spoke, countless black flames gathered to form a green palace. It looked like a celestial palace and exuded a frightening energy. Thereafter, Zhou Tian activated the emerald green palace and charged forward rapidly. Suddenly, a frightening energy exploded like a storm, howling and curling toward Lin Xian. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed this energy. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran quickly retreated to a safe place. The disciples of the aristocratic families also looked solemn. This was because they had never seen Zhou Tian so serious before. Even when he fought with the warrior from Huiyuan country, he was casual and calm. But now, it seemed that Zhou Tian was serious. Could it be that the youth opposite him was really so frightening? That Zhou Tian could take him seriously. The Green Palace was mysterious and flashed with an unparalleled energy that made everyone tremble. However, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a black demon beast quickly took shape. It was a black phoenix that exuded black flames all over its body. It was frightening. As Lin Xian pushed his palms out, the black phoenix roared and charged forward. He exuded a frightening energy fluctuation that made everyone tremble in fear. The black light shone and lit up the entire sky. The frightening black phoenix flew quickly in the sky like a real mythical beast. On the other side, Zhou Tian brought the frightening green palace and charged forward. In the next moment, the two collided. Suddenly, a frightening energy explosion formed an energy storm that quickly spread in all directions. And a black hole appeared in the void. Countless cracks appeared on the mysterious green palace, as if it would collapse at any moment. Zhou Tian's face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. This energy was so frightening that it sent Zhou Tian flying. Not only that, but the two disciples of the aristocratic families who were standing at the front also suffered a heavy blow and flew backward. Their faces were extremely pale, and they looked terrified. Because they did not expect that just the aftermath of the energy would send them flying. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the warriors outside. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. They did not expect the powerful Zhou Tian and the aristocratic family disciples to be sent flying in an instant. Chapter 1537. In the restaurant, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran also widened their beautiful eyes. Their small mouths were agape, and they looked extremely shocked. They did not believe that someone could send Zhou Tian flying with one move. The remaining two martial artists from the aristocratic families looked very serious. Terrifying light burst from their eyes. They were like two long rainbows, trying to see through Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Zhou Tian, who was so powerful, could not even withstand a single blow from the other party. This huge contrast made them unable to believe what they were seeing. What was even more shocking was that the other party was only a one-star king. So powerful. Who exactly is he? Outside, Han Kuan, the young man from Fire Cloud Nation, and Jade Beauty's brother were all shocked. Zhou Tian did not seem to be from the Dushuan Empire. Could he be a martial artist from a neighboring country? But other than demonic saber Rentianya, who else could be so powerful? They could not figure it out. Lin Xian was expressionless. He said calmly, "I told you not to disturb me when I was drinking. But you didn't listen. Now you have a taste of your own medicine." With that, he shook his head slightly and ignored the crowd. He sat down again, picked up a cup of spirit wine, and drank it slowly. Shocking, it was too shocking. He sent Zhou Tian and the two disciples flying with one move, but it was as if it was the most normal thing. He looked calm, neither surprised nor happy. This was a true powerhouse. He could shock everyone with just a raise of his hand. Whoosh! On the other side, Zhou Tian and the two disciples quickly returned. They appeared in front of Lin Xian again like lightning. Zhou Tian's hair was disheveled, and his expression was ferocious. He asked coldly, "Damn it, who are you?" To be honest, he was indeed shocked. He did not believe that someone could send him flying with one move. Moreover, he was very confident in his blue sky fire. Even a 3-star king was no match for him. But now, the other party, a 1-star king, had sent him flying. He could not believe it. The two disciples from the aristocratic families were even more shocked. They were only swept by the aftershock. However, the shock wave still sent them flying. They couldn't accept this and glared fiercely at Lin Xian. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you don't bully others in the future. Otherwise, one day, your end will be even worse than now." Lin Xian glanced at the few of them and said plainly, "You're courting death." Zhou Tian roared furiously and quickly attacked. Being blasted away in public made him lose all face, so he could only kill the kid in front of him to vent the hatred in his heart and clear his name. The other two disciples from aristocratic families had the same thought. Thus, at this moment, they attacked together. The three disciples of the large families displayed unparalleled power and instantly unleashed their king's domains, quickly killing Lin Xian. In an instant, a terrifying light appeared. A biting cold murderous intent shrouded the world and quickly locked onto Lin Xian. 3 kings' domains flew out and tore the void apart. Zhou Tian and the other two were extremely powerful. Even 3-star kings were no match for them. Now that they were attacking, they were even more terrifying. The entire void trembled violently. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from afar changed drastically, and they were extremely frightened. This was because they realized that this aura was enough to kill all of them. Not good. That person is in danger. In the outside world, Han Kuan's face turned serious when he saw this scene. Damn it, those people are too shameless. How dare they gang up on one person? The youth from Flaming Cloud gritted his teeth and roared. They were naturally on Lin Xian's side because Lin Xian had helped them send the disciples of the aristocratic families flying, which allowed them to vent their anger. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian was in extreme danger. With the 3 disciples of the aristocratic families attacking together, no one would be a match for them. A ball of green flames danced and condensed in extremely terrifying energy. This was the blue sky flame. Above this flame, there was a palace-like figure that was extremely mysterious. It quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside it, a blue light blade flew out quickly and tore the void apart. This was the ultimate technique of another disciple of the aristocratic families. The last person was equally terrifying. A white light, like a divine light, surrounded by a murderous aura, was extremely fierce. The three of them attacked with extreme power. In the blink of an eye, the three deadly attacks arrived in front of Lin Xian and slashed down. Lin Xian's body also emitted black flames, which quickly collided with the blue sky flame. At the same time, a sharp sword chi surged out and clashed with the biting cold murderous aura. As for the blue light blade, Lin Xian directly punched it. Boom! His fist was wrapped in green sword chi, and it fiercely slammed into the blue light blade. Immediately, a crisp metallic sound was heard. The sound was trembling, and it directly tore the void apart. As for the blue light blade, it quickly trembled and was sent flying. In an instant, the light on the blue light blade dimmed significantly, but it did not crack. One could imagine that it was definitely a precious treasure. Puff! The blue light blade was sent flying, and one of the disciples immediately took 3 steps back. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong. In an instant, his ultimate technique was sent flying, and he was also severely injured. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they did not even have time to exclaim. The situation on the battlefield changed again. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly used the Dragon Sword Realm. Immediately, green sword chi rapidly attacked. Boom boom. The white divine light and the blue sky flame were both hit by the sharp sword chi. They were instantly sent flying, and their light dimmed. Puff! Zhou Tian and the other disciple also spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces were full of shock. They really could not believe that their opponent was so strong. Previously, they were sent flying because they were careless. But now, it was different. The three of them had gathered all their strength to attack their opponent, but they were still sent flying. Furthermore, the three of them were severely injured. This meant that their opponent's strength was definitely far beyond theirs. Are you all okay? When the last 2 disciples saw this scene, they immediately rushed forward to support Zhou Tian and the other 2. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian cautiously. This was because their opponent was too terrifying. Even if the 2 of them attacked again, they might not be able to take him down. Seeing the cautious look on their faces, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. You all can leave. I won't kill you. But remember, don't be so arrogant in the future. Then, he waved his hand, and a green sword chi flew out, instantly shattering the defensive formation. Seeing this scene, the people outside were even more shocked. This formation could not be broken even if all of them attacked together. Chapter 1538. Whoosh! 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 The warriors outside immediately rushed in when they saw that the array was broken. The fastest to enter were Jade Beauty's brother, Han Kuan, and the youth from Fire Cloud Country. Sister, are you all right? The handsome youth came to Jade Beauty's side and asked with concern. The other warriors also came to Bai Yuren's side nervously. Then, they all came to Lin Xian. Young hero, thank you for saving my sister. Jade Beauty's brother and the warriors from the Bai family looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran also came to Lin Xian and bowed slowly. Young master, thank you for saving us. Both of them blushed and looked at Lin Xian with deep adoration in their eyes. Lin Xian's previous actions were like a hero saving the beauties. When the 2 beauties were in danger, Lin Xian casually injured the enemy. This kind of shock went straight to the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Lin Xian was powerful and handsome. Such a person was a hero in the hearts of the young girls. In addition, this world worshipped the strong. So it was not strange that Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran adored Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You're too polite. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. With that, Lin Xian nodded slightly to them and turned to leave. Wait. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran became nervous and a trace of anxiety flashed across their beautiful eyes. We haven't asked for your name. Where are you from so that I can repay you in the future? No need. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and turned again. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran sighed when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with disappointment. The surrounding people were even more heartbroken when they saw this scene. Needless to say, these two beautiful women were still in love with Lin Xian. Most likely, it would be difficult for others to succeed. What made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian was not moved in the slightest. He directly left without even leaving his name. One had to know that these were two peerless beauties. If they were to beckon, there would probably be tens of thousands of martial artists who would risk their lives for them. But now, he had left so decisively without the slightest hesitation. This really shocked them to the core. Wait. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to leave, another low voice sounded. Then, a few figures blocked his path. When they saw those people, the crowd was shocked. As for Lin Xian, he frowned. This was because the people blocking his path were none other than Zhou Tian and the other disciples from the aristocratic families. What? You're still not convinced? Do you still want to fight? However, if you continue to hit him, it won't be as simple as just injuring him. Lin Xian's gaze was somewhat cold. No, you've misunderstood. We have no intention of attacking again. Zhou Tian quickly shook his head and said, we just want to make friends with you. That's right, brother. Where are you from? What's your name? Where's your sex inheritance? Why don't you come to the Zhou family? I'll definitely give you the best treatment. Don't worry. You're not a slave, but an honored guest. That's right. Our family will also give you the best treatment, brother. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that these disciples from the aristocratic families were here to win him over. However, this was not his ambition, so he shook his head slightly. There's no need. I have other things to do. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot. Brother. The disciples from the aristocratic families still wanted to say something, but they realized that the other party had already disappeared. They could not catch him at all. What kind of body movement is that? They were shocked and widened their eyes. This kind of body movement was beyond their knowledge. Looking at Lin Xian's departing figure, everyone had different feelings. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were both a little sad. Jade Beauty's brother could not bear to watch any longer and had to comfort her. Sister, don't be discouraged. That person is so powerful. He might be here to participate in the martial arts conference. That's right, the martial arts conference. He must be here to participate in the martial arts conference. Jade Beauty was delighted. Beside her, Bai Yuran's eyes were also shining. After hearing that, everyone around them nodded. Indeed, the other party appeared at this time and was so powerful. He must be here for the martial arts conference. Zhou Tian and the other disciples from the aristocratic families kept nodding when they heard that. Then they were puzzled. I wonder which prince invited this master. Could it be the third prince? It could also be the eldest prince. Only they can invite such a young master. Everyone nodded. They had to go to the martial arts conference to take a look. They might really meet the other party. Even if they did not meet him, they would not miss such a grand occasion. The martial arts conference was not like what everyone had imagined. It was not so serious as it would be in the ring. It was a game between the princes and princesses. Based on the royal family's means, it would not be in the ring. Instead, it would be in the name of learning from each other and discussing martial arts. Yanbo Villa was a very famous place in the imperial city. It was an ancient city that had a history of thousands of years. Rumor had it that it was a manor built when the Dushuan Empire was founded. The martial arts conference was held in the Misty Wave Mountain Villa. That morning, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. Many warriors hurriedly rushed towards the Misty Wave Mountain Villa. They were too excited because there were too many people who had come to watch the competition. If they were late, they might not even be able to enter. Yanbo Villa was magnificent and picturesque. There was even a faint layer of clouds surrounding the villa, which added to the artistic conception. Early in the morning, the entire Yanbo Mountain Villa was already crowded with people. Fortunately, Yanbo Villa was big enough to accommodate all these people. Most of the people who came to watch the competition were young warriors. At this moment, it could be said that all the elites and geniuses from the aristocratic families of the Dushuan Empire were here. Not only that, but the warriors and geniuses from the surrounding countries were also here. It could be said that this was a rare grand occasion. There were even people who placed bets here. For a moment, it was very lively. Of course, the favorite to win was Jiang Nantian, the third prince's subordinate. There was also Hanli, the first prince's subordinate. These two people could be said to be invincible among the younger generation of the Dushuan Empire. And in this martial arts conference, these two people's names were the most famous. In the Misty Wave Mountain Villa, a fat man in a golden robe was scanning the surroundings with his eyes. It seemed as if he was looking for someone. "Fatty Luo, what are you looking for? I bet you won't find it." Chapter 1539. Fatty Luo, what are you looking for? I bet you won't find it. A skinny young man beside him said with a smile. Gambler. You only know how to do it. Do you know anything else? Fatty Luo was impatient. Don't disturb me. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone. Let me guess. I bet it's a woman. Huh, you guessed wrong this time. It's a man. Damn. Fatty Luo, when did you change your orientation? Why didn't I know? The young man subconsciously took 2 steps back. Get lost. You're the one who changed your orientation. I met someone on the way. He's very interesting. I think he's also participating in the martial arts conference. Oh, who is it? The young man was interested. Forget it. I didn't find him. I'll tell you when he makes his move. Fatty Luo shook his head slightly. Then the two of them entered the crowd again and disappeared. On the other side, Zhou Tian and the other disciples of the aristocratic families were also greeting people. However, Zhou Tian and the others were somewhat absent-minded, as if they were also looking for someone. What's wrong? Why do you look uneasy? Someone asked. Zhou Tian shook his head slightly. Nothing. However, he muttered in his heart, damn it. Will that guy come to the martial arts conference or not? Not only him, but Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others also looked somewhat anxious. In the depths of Misty Wave Mountain Villa, 2 beautiful women were strolling on the grass. One of them had a cold temperament. She was the disciple of the Alchemy Academy, Chu Yu. The other woman was also beautiful. She wore a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown. She had the aura of a superior. She was Princess Kaidai of the Dushuan Empire. At this moment, the two of them were strolling. Princess Katie's expression was somewhat serious. She still hadn't found someone who could fight against Jiangnan Tian and Han Li. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to rush into the first echelon this time. Princess Kaidai thought of something and slowly asked, by the way, did the person you told me about come? He should be here, but he didn't report, Chuyu replied. But I think he'll definitely come back. That's because I possess the conditions that he wants. That's good. Hearing this, Princess Kai-dai nodded, but she didn't care too much. According to the information she received, that person was at most equivalent to a 2-star king. However, what she lacked the most was someone who could contend against Jiang Nantian and Hanli. Princess, it's almost time. Let's go. Chuyu said. All right. Princess Kai-dai nodded. Then, the two of them flew into the distance like countless streams of light. At this moment, the crowd in the Yanbo Mountain Villa was once again in an uproar. That was because the princes and princesses had all arrived. The third prince was a handsome young man. He held a folding fan in his hand, and he looked extremely confident. Countless experts gathered around him. They were all incomparably powerful, making people look up to them. The first prince, on the other hand, was different. He was burly like a fiend god and exuded a domineering aura. His expression was as if he was the ruler of the world. When the first prince and the third prince arrived, they looked at each other. With a cold snort, the first prince led his talented dancers to a pavilion. As for the third prince, he narrowed his eyes and led everyone to another pavilion. Everyone held their breaths in shock. They didn't expect that the two strongest princes would make their move. However, at this moment, someone shouted, "Look, Princess Kai-dai has also arrived." Princess Kai-dai could be said to be a legend. Among the many princes of the Dushuan Empire, she stood in the second tier. She could definitely be said to be a blushed daughter of the heavens. Thus, her arrival caused a huge commotion. This was because not only was Princess Kai-dai a legend, but she was also a peerless beauty. Her combined attractiveness didn't lose to the first prince and the third prince. That should be Fairy Chuyu, right? Everyone looked forward and discovered that beside Princess Kai-dai stood a cold and aloof woman. The two of them descended like celestial fairies. Then, many powerful martial artists walked forward. Soon, they stopped in front of Princess Kai-dai. They were the experts under Princess Kai-dai. A group of people also occupied a pavilion. After them, there were other princes and princesses. Soon, the surrounding pavilions were all occupied. And in the center, there was a huge lake, dark green as if it had been washed clean. The battle would be carried out on this lake. At the beginning, it was a few warm-up matches. A few ordinary princes sent their subordinates to spar. Even so, everyone was still watching with great interest. None of those who could go on stage were weak. The worst was a 2-star king. Lin Xian had also arrived, but he had arrived rather late. By the time he arrived, the battle between the princes had already begun. He stood in the crowd like a spectator, silently watching the battle. A familiar voice came from the front. It turned out that the one who was participating in the battle was Han Kuan. Although Han Kuan was a martial artist of Jinyu country, he came this time to participate in the martial arts conference. Because as long as he showed some talent here, he would definitely become famous in the Dushuan Empire. At that time, he might be fancied by some powerful sections. Therefore, although this martial arts conference was a game between the princes and princesses, there were also many genius martial artists from the surrounding countries. Bang! Bang! Han Kuan's body emitted a golden light. Between his moves, there was a fierce offensive. Soon, he defeated a few martial artists. For a moment, everyone was discussing. They had no choice. Although the Dushuan Empire was strong, Han Kuan was a 3-star king after all. Ordinary people were no match for him, unless they were disciples of powerful families like Zhou Tian. While everyone was discussing, the princes and princesses could not stand it anymore. This was a game between the princes of Dexian country. Now that a martial artist of Jinyu country was showing off, it made them lose face. Hee, looks like it's time for us to take action. The third prince waved the folding fan in his hand and said with a smile. He's just a guy who doesn't know his place. Let me take care of him. On the third prince's side, a bald young man said quickly. This young man was the one who mocked Dong Qianshan previously. He must be a powerful figure. At this moment, seeing that blood monk volunteered to fight, the third prince smiled. With you around, I'm relieved. Whoosh! In the next moment, blood monk's body swayed and he appeared in the arena. He floated above the lake, emitting a powerful aura. Kid, let me play with you. Chapter 1540. Kid, I'll play with you. I'll let you know that this is the Dushuan Empire. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. Han Kun snorted coldly. He had come this time to become famous. Therefore, he was naturally happy to see that his opponent was a powerful warrior. Only by defeating a prodigy could he quickly become famous. Kill! With a furious roar, Han Kun instantly unleashed his metal territory. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold, shining with golden light like a golden giant. He threw out a punch, and golden light filled the entire sky. Ha, petty tricks. See how I'll break you. Opposite him, Blood Monk laughed loudly. He also unleashed a blood-colored territory that emitted a monstrous smell of blood. In an instant, his eyes became extremely red, and a pair of blood-colored wings appeared on his back. He held a blood-colored saber in his hand. It was extremely bright red and emitted a monstrous murderous intent. At that moment, the arrogant youth seemed to have turned into a demon. His entire body was surrounded by blood-colored light. Break! With a sneer, Blood Monk waved the blood-colored saber in his hand. Suddenly, a blood-red saber light burst out. It was extremely terrifying and swept across the entire sky. The blood-colored saber light was too terrifying. It was like a blood-colored river that shook the void. In the next moment, a light flashed, and the blood-colored saber cut the golden fist in half. Not only that, the entire void was split open, and a black crack appeared. The lake below stirred up thousands of waves that crashed in all directions. What? It's broken. Han Kun's pupils shrank. He did not expect his opponent's attack to be so fierce. In the blink of an eye, the dim blood-colored saber light was still slashing towards him. Retreat! His body swayed, and he turned into a streak of golden light as he quickly retreated. You want to leave? That's not up to you. Blood Monk laughed sinisterly, and the saber in his hand vibrated again. Instantly, 8 crimson rays of light shot out from his body. These blood-colored saber lights were too terrifying. They were like 8 blood-colored dragons that roared ferociously. The blood-colored saber lights that filled the sky instantly enveloped Han Kun. Boom! Boom! Han Kun was beaten until he spat out blood and flew backward. What? He was defeated so quickly. All the surrounding warriors widened their eyes in disbelief. Who is that bald youth? How could it be so terrifying? Even a 3-star king is no match for him. Everyone exclaimed. Jade Beauty and the others' faces changed once again. They didn't expect that there would be so many experts in the martial arts conference. It hadn't been long since the battle started, and Han Kun had already lost. With your little ability, don't come here to make a fool of yourself. Monk Shuel looked ferocious and disdainful. Who is this? So powerful. You don't even know him. He's the bloody monk, ranked 9th under the 3rd prince. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, Blood Monk spoke again. This martial arts conference is a grand event of the Dashuan Empire. Those ants from the surrounding countries shouldn't come out and embarrass themselves. This voice was filled with arrogance and provocation. Immediately, the warriors from the surrounding countries who had come to participate in the war were enraged. Among them, the youth from Fire Cloud Nation was the fastest to rush out. In an instant, he summoned a fiery red earth fire domain. Immediately, endless flames shot up into the sky and a sea of fire spread out. He was very fast and arrived in front of Monk Shui in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave of fire surged forward. Immediately, the lake below was evaporated and turned into mist that filled the surroundings. What a terrifying flame! Who is this guy? Everyone was shocked and retreated. He's an expert from Fire Cloud Nation. What a terrifying flame power! Many people were shocked. In the crowd, Zhou Tian and the others shook their heads slightly when they saw this. It's over. Monk Shui was a true expert. The people from the surrounding countries had no chance of winning against him. Only if that person was here would it work. As expected, as soon as he said that, the situation in front of him changed. Monk Shui sneered and slashed with his long saber. Immediately, a blood-red light shot up into the sky with a biting cold murderous intent. It shattered the void. Boom! The sea of fire in the sky was split open by the saber. Not only that, the blood-red saber light slashed at the youth from Fire Cloud Nation and sent him flying a few thousand meters away. Humph! I've said it before. You're all weak. Monk Shui held the long saber in his hand and stood in the void. His entire body was emitting a murderous aura. He was like a demon. In the sky, the blood-red saber light gradually disappeared and the cracks in the void were quickly mending. However, the lake below was evaporated. But it did not matter. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted coldly. Immediately, a boundless amount of dark blue seawater gushed out from his mouth, filling up the dried-up lake once again. In an instant, everything was restored to its original state. Only the expert from Fire Cloud Nation was injured again. Monk Shui did not mind that he had defeated the expert from Fire Cloud Nation. Then, he turned his gaze and stared at Princess Kaidai. I heard that Princess Kaidai has recently taken in a mysterious expert who even defeated Dong Qianshan. I wonder where he is. Would you like to have a battle with him? Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. On the other hand, Dong Qianshan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it, damn it. The other party was obviously rubbing salt into his wound. Humph. With the third prince here, it was impossible for him to fight Monk Shui, so he could only snort. At the same time, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, even if Monk Shui was stronger than him, he might not be able to defeat his opponent. It was very likely that Monk Shui would be defeated like him. Thinking of this, he immediately took pleasure in Monk Shui's misfortune. The surrounding martial artists also exclaimed in surprise. The news of Dong Qianshan's defeat had already spread. They had also heard about it. At this moment, when they saw that Monk Shui was going to challenge the mysterious expert, they immediately became interested. Many people applauded and cheered. However, the atmosphere on Princess Katie's side was a little different. That was because Lin Xian did not come at all. Chu Yu looked a little embarrassed and muttered in his heart, "Damn it, what is he doing? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" The experts under Princess Kaidai also looked dissatisfied. Humph, what mysterious expert? He's probably just a coward who hasn't shown up yet. How can someone like him be called an expert? Damn it, he doesn't dare to show up and embarrasses us for nothing. These people were very dissatisfied with the mysterious expert. In the crowd, Fatty Luo also exclaimed softly, his eyes flickering. Why don't you guess who that mysterious expert is? Oh. You want to bet with me? Beside him, the young man said with a smile, I bet that this person is definitely not ordinary. He's already here. Chapter 1541. Since it's a bet, of course it's a guess. What? Do you dare to bet? Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fatty Luo snorted. On the other side, Zhou Tian and the others frowned when they heard this. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in their minds. Damn it, these two can't be the same person, right? They thought of the handsome youth who defeated them that day at the Wind Moon brothel. When they thought of this possibility, they sucked in a breath of cold air. In the crowd, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The other party was naturally talking about him. However, he didn't immediately make a move because in his opinion, the other party wasn't worth his time. The other party was ranked 9th under the 3rd prince and was stronger than Dong Qianshan, but not by much. To be honest, Lin Xian wasn't interested in such a person. The ones he truly wanted to fight were Jiang Nantian and Han Li. These two were very famous among the younger generation of the Dushuan Empire. Along the way, he had heard many legends about these two. Only such people were worthy of being his opponent. Thus, although the other party was arrogant, he didn't make a move. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. Monk Shue's expression was sinister as he looked at Princess Kaidai again. What, could it be that the princess doesn't want him to come out? That person was indeed invited by me, but whether or not you can make him fight is not up to me, Princess Kaidai said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, she was calm and collected, with a calm expression. To be honest, she hadn't seen that mysterious expert until now. However, she cleverly avoided this matter. If the other party didn't make a move, it meant that Monk Shui didn't have the ability. And if the other party made a move, it would prove her words even more. Thus, this could be considered a tactful rejection. Humph. Monk Shui snorted, if you don't dare to fight, then so be it. Princess, you don't have to be so tactful. You're courting death. How dare you question the princess's words? With a cold shout, a figure suddenly flew out from Princess Katie's pavilion. That person moved like lightning and flew out of the pavilion in an instant, arriving in the sky. This was a young man in silver armor. He had a small mustache, and his entire person looked extremely fierce. You? No way. The blood monk looked at him and laughed coldly, then quickly shook his head. What did you say? The mustache man was furious. You're the 9th ranked warrior, and so am I. Why can't I do it? Today, I will let you know how powerful I am. Humph. I'm ranked 9th under the 3rd prince. What about you? At this point, Monk Shui no longer spoke. However, the contempt in his words was very obvious. You're courting death. Infuriated, the mustache man clenched his fist, and a silver spear swiftly materialized in his hand. Then, he thrust out his spear. Like a silver bolt of lightning, it streaked across the void, and a terrifying aura gushed out instantly. Clang! On the other side, Monk Shui slashed out with his blade as well. Suddenly, the two of them collided with each other, producing an intense and deafening collision. The blood-red saber light crisscrossed, the silver light rushed to the heavens, and the terrifying energy surged like an ocean. The sky was instantly enveloped by the two energies. Only two blurry figures could be seen colliding with each other. Pang! Another earth-shattering sound was heard, and then the man with the mustache was sent flying. Humph, I've said it before, you're no match for me. What? He's defeated so quickly. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Could the difference in strength between Princess Kaidai and the third prince be so huge? As the crowd discussed, Princess Katie's face turned grave. Indeed, both of them were ranked ninth, but the difference in strength was so obvious. This undoubtedly showed that there was still a large gap between her and the third prince. Thinking of this, Princess Kaidai frowned slightly. As for the warriors beside her, their faces turned gloomy. Looking at the situation, it would be useless even if the others went up. They could only send out the top 5 experts. However, the other party was only ranked ninth. If they sent out the top 5 experts, they would not be able to continue the battle in the future. Therefore, Princess Katie's side was quiet for a while. Monk Shui had a smug look on his face. Then, his eyes swept across the surroundings like lightning, and he said coldly, "I'll ask you one last time, are you really not willing to come out?" His voice was like thunder, reverberating in all directions. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that the person he was talking about was the mysterious expert who defeated Dong Qianshan. "Humph, you're really a coward." Monk Shui sneered and ignored him. He was ready to challenge someone else. However, as soon as Monk Shui spoke, a sword light shot up into the sky like a rainbow, slashing directly at him. "What?" Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack Monk Shui. As for Monk Shui, his pupils shrank and his face was full of shock. Firstly, he did not believe that someone would dare to attack him. Moreover, the sword light was simply too sharp. In a hurry, he could not dodge at all. He could only defend himself. Endless blood light surged and formed a blood shield in front of him. It was extremely red. As soon as the shield formed, the sharp sword light quickly slashed at him. With a swoosh, his blood-red shield was cut into 2 halves. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped Monk Shui. Clang! Monk Shui was shocked. He raised the long saber in his hand to block in a panic. Finally, he blocked the sword light. Suddenly, a sonorous sound was heard. It was so loud that everyone's ears trembled. As for Monk Shui, he was sent flying by the tremendous force. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the experts who were participating in the martial arts conference were shocked. They could not believe it. Monk Shui was sent flying by a single slash. How was that possible? Who was the one who did it? Could it be one of the experts under the first prince? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the first prince. However, they soon realized that the first prince was also stunned. He did not even know what had happened. This made everyone even more puzzled. Who did it? Everyone was puzzled and could only look at the sky again. In the sky, Monk Shui was sent flying. He only stopped when he was thousands of miles away. Then, his face became extremely ugly. Although he was not injured by the previous attack, his entire arm was completely numb. Not only that, but the blood in his body was also churning rapidly. One could imagine how much shock that attack had caused him. Who is it? Get out here! Monk Shui roared angrily. He was about to go crazy. Thinking back, he was extremely arrogant and did not take anyone seriously. However, not long after, he was sent flying by someone. Moreover, he still did not know who his opponent was. Chapter 1542. So, he roared madly. However, he didn't notice anyone's figure. What? You dare to attack but don't have the guts to stand out. Monk Shui roared madly, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Suddenly, the sword on the waist of a nearby cultivator trembled, and it swiftly floated up into the sky. It's you. Monk Shue's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at that cultivator. On the other hand, that cultivator's face instantly turned pale from fright, and he shook his head madly. No, it wasn't me. It has nothing to do with me. He was on the verge of tears because he was only an ordinary king who'd just entered the king realm. How could he possibly dare to attack Monk Shue? However, to his shock, his sword had actually left its sheath and floated up into the sky. He was utterly unable to explain this. So, for a time, the gazes of everyone converged onto him. Of course it wasn't him. I'm just borrowing his sword. Meanwhile, another voice resounded. This voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, but no one noticed where it came from. Even the first prince and the third prince, as well as the experts under them, were frowning. Damn it. Who are you? Monk Shue had no choice but to stare at the sword in the sky and roar furiously. It was a very strange scene because only a sword floated in the sky. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Weren't you very arrogant earlier and wanted to fight me? What? It's you. As soon as these words were spoken, Monk Shue was shocked, and the others in the surroundings were shocked as well. Now, they finally knew who it was that had attacked. However, they hadn't expected that it would actually be Monk Shue. What? Could it really be that mysterious expert? That mysterious expert who defeated Dong Qianshan. Everyone was extremely shocked, and they carefully searched the surroundings. Within the pavilion, Dong Qianshan's face instantly turned gloomy. He quickly gritted his teeth and started to panic. Because he'd heard that voice again. Yes, it's him. It's definitely him. That damnable voice. I'll never forget it. Dong Qianshan had a savage expression on his face. He'd once swore that he would definitely kill Monk Shue during the martial competition and restore his reputation. But now, after hearing the other party's voice and seeing the sharp sword from before, he actually lost his courage and didn't dare to challenge the other party again. However, Xue Shang gritted his teeth and said, "You've already made your move. Hurry up and show yourself. This young master will show you what a true expert is." His voice was laced with killing intent. However, Lin Xian's voice rang out, "No need, that sword represents me. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you." To be honest, Lin Xian didn't want to make a move, but the other party dared to insult him. This was something that he couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he made his move. However, there was no need for him to fight someone like Blood Monk himself. All he needed to do was to control a long sword. What? What arrogant words! Everyone exclaimed when they heard Lin Xian's voice. On Princess Kai Dai's side, Chiyu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party came. Princess Kai Dai also nodded slightly. To be honest, the other party's strength had exceeded her imagination. To be able to send Monk Shue flying with a single strike, he was definitely an expert. The eyes of the martial artists beside her also flickered. To be honest, they were also very shocked. In the sky, Monk Shue was enraged when he heard this. Arrogant, he was too arrogant. Using a long sword to fight him, who did he think he was? He was the 9th-ranked expert under the 3rd prince. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even Jiangnan Tian and Han Li wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. In the next moment, he coldly snorted, "Brat, I'll find you and tear you to pieces. Let's talk about it after you defeat that long sword in the sky." Lin Xian's voice rang out once again. Then, sword light flashed and the long sword in the sky blossomed with resplendent light. It was like a sun that illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, endless sword light covered the sky. Terrifying sword chi shook the void and quickly trembled. What? So powerful. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this aura. They originally thought that the other party was just being arrogant, but now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Just this aura alone was enough to make their hearts tremble. It could be said that the other party had the strength to be so arrogant. In the next moment, the longsword trembled and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. "You're courting death." Monk Shui also roared. The blood sea domain around him vibrated rapidly. Countless blood-red lights surrounded him and formed an extremely terrifying demonic beast. It was a demonic beast with a snake's head and a tiger's body. Its body was like a mountain and its blood chi was monstrous. A roar shook the void. In the next moment, this blood-red demonic beast quickly pounced forward. Boom! In an instant, it collided with that resplendent longsword. Die! Monk Shui laughed sinisterly. He had used an ultimate technique that was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. Not to mention a sword that was only half an earth rank. The others also exclaimed because no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Monk Shui's aura was too powerful. He was like a peerless demonic king that emitted a terrifying aura. Puff! However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned because the mountain-like blood-red demonic beast was slashed apart by the sword. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. What kind of technique is this? How could he slash apart such a terrifying attack with one sword? Monk Shui's expression changed drastically. He shook his head frantically. Impossible. This is only a half-earth grade long sword. How could it slash apart my attack? He couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Damn it! That was because the long sword didn't disappear. Instead, it slashed towards him with an even more powerful force. Get lost! Monk Shui was furious. He raised his saber to meet the attack. The blood-red longsword surged and brought about a boundless sea of blood. It collided with the longsword and clashed with it. Rumble. The sound of the collision was ear-piercing. It was like a monstrous wave that slammed in all directions. The sky surged and a large black crack appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. This attack was simply too terrifying. Clang! In the next moment, the longsword in Monk Shui's hand cracked and broke in half. What? How is this possible? Monk Shui's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, he screamed in pain because the longsword had already slashed his body. Puff! The blood-red light soared into the sky. It was extremely hot. Monk Shui was sent flying. Defeated. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. The outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Monk Shui was defeated. He was completely defeated. He couldn't resist the longsword at all. No way. That person is so powerful. Yeah. He didn't even show his true body. He defeated Monk Shui with just a long sword. Chapter 1543. Everyone on Princess Katie's side was shocked. The person you found is not bad. Princess Kaidai revealed a rare smile. To be honest, I didn't know he was so powerful. Chu Yu was also surprised. Her eyes were filled with shock. Indeed, when she met Lin Xian previously, he only displayed the strength of a 2-star king. However, from the looks of it, he wasn't even a 2-star king. Even a 3-star king was no match for him. In the surroundings, the experts under Princess Kaidai's command were silent. Previously, they were still complaining and mocking Lin Xian, thinking that he was just a figurehead. However, from the looks of it, they were completely wrong. Lin Xian defeated Blood Monk easily without using his real body and only controlling a long sword. They admitted that they were no match for him. On the third prince's side, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The martial artists under the third prince's command all widened their eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Dong Qinshan's face was filled with fear. Luckily, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now. Even the third prince's expression was solemn. To be honest, even he didn't expect Blood Monk to be defeated so thoroughly. Instantly, he snorted in displeasure. Humph! What is this trash Blood Monk doing? He's really embarrassing us. Fire Demon said coldly. Then, he looked at the third prince. I'll go. His methods are a little strange. I don't feel at ease if I send someone else. Alright, go ahead. You must take him down. The third prince's voice was solemn. However, he wasn't too worried. Fire Demon was the third strongest martial artist under his command. He was extremely powerful. In the past, all the experts under Princess Kaidai combined couldn't even defeat Fire Demon. Therefore, the third prince was very relieved to have him take action. However, he still snorted in his heart. He wanted to see who that mysterious martial artist was. How dare he be so arrogant? Moreover, he had already thought it through. After defeating Lin Xian, he would make Lin Xian submit. Otherwise, he would kill Lin Xian. Because if he couldn't use such an expert, he wouldn't let anyone else have him. Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in the third prince's eyes. On the other side, Fire Demon's body swayed and he appeared high up in the sky. His robe fluttered as he exuded a powerful aura. He was like the god of fire, mighty and extraordinary. What? Fire Demon. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that it would be Fire Demon's turn to make a move so soon. The Fire Demon was different from the Blood Monk. Previously, Monk Shui was only a martial artist ranked 9th. He could be considered an expert. However, in the eyes of the crowd, he was not that famous. However, the Fire Demon was different. He was a super expert and had a great reputation among the younger generation. There was almost no one who didn't know about the pair of fiery demon palms. Thus, when they saw the Fire Demon attack, everyone was extremely shocked. Even Princess Kaidai's side is worried. This was because the number 1 expert on their side had been defeated by the Fire Demon. Therefore, they knew the Fire Demon's strength very well. Oh no, the Fire Demon is attacking. I wonder if that mysterious person can block it. The group of martial artists were worried, but Princess Kaidai also frowned. She asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Can he defeat the Fire Demon?" "I don't know." Chu Yuk shook his head. "But from the looks of it, even if he can't win, he won't lose too badly." Hearing that, Princess Kaidai nodded slightly. For some reason, she became nervous. This was because she realized that whether she could enter the first echelon this time depended on a mysterious person who had yet to show himself. If it had happened before, she would not have cared. However, it was happening now. In the sky, the Fire Demon's aura was strong. He looked around and said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to come out and fight with your real body. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. My real body is here. Whether you can find it or not will depend on your ability." Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Facing the Fire Demon, his voice was still calm and fearless. "Humph. You don't know what's good for you." The Fire Demon sneered and then slapped his palm. Suddenly, a fiery red palm appeared in the sky like a glazed flame. Soon, it grabbed the treasure sword that was floating in the sky. Sizzle. Clang. A terrifying heat was emitted like a wave of fire. In an instant, the half-Earth-grade treasure sword was burned into two. What? That's terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. That was a half-Earth-grade treasure sword. Although it was not as good as an Earth-grade treasure weapon, it was still a sharp treasure sword. But now, it was actually broken by someone. This scene was simply too shocking. What a terrifying flame. In the crowd, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation was shocked when he saw this scene. As a fire elemental cultivator, he naturally knew how difficult it was to break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword with just flames. However, the other party had done it so easily. In addition to the other party's strength, he had definitely mastered a very terrifying flame. Not only the Fire Cloud Nation's experts, but even Zhou Tian frowned. Damn it, this guy's flame is even more terrifying than my sky fire. It would be difficult for that guy to defeat him. On the other side, Fatty Luo rubbed his hands. Brother, I bet on you to win. You must hold on for me. On the side, the youth shook his head. Fatty Luo, you are too bold. You actually bet on someone I've never heard of. I dare to bet that you will definitely lose this time. In fact, that was what everyone thought. Almost everyone had bet on the fire demon. The fire demon was too powerful. No matter how strong the mysterious person was, he would not be able to defeat him. Hee hee, kid, your sword is already broken. Come out. The fire demon sneered, his expression extremely arrogant. In the crowd, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He did not expect the other party's flame to be so terrifying that it could break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword so easily. Interesting. You are not bad. You are worth my time, Lin Xian said indifferently as he nodded. When this voice rang out, it caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the fire demon's expression darkened. Kid, you have successfully angered me. You better not let me find you. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. However, what answered him was a fierce attack. The broken sword blossomed with a resplendent light. Then, two shocking streaks of sword chi slashed forward. You are courting death. The fire demon was enraged and waved his palm. At the same time, a fiery red light overflowed into the sky, piercing through the void. As for those sword energies, they were simply too sharp. The sword chi crisscrossed and the light soared into the sky. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart tremble. With a slash of the sword, the fiery red palm images were all split apart. Chapter 1544. What kind of sword chi is this? It's too terrifying. This person must be a peerless swordsman. Everyone was shocked. The first prince, third prince, Princess Kai Dai, and their subordinates all wore solemn expressions. This was because they discovered that the other party's strength was beyond their expectations. You're courting death. Break for me. The fire demon was furious because that sharp sword chi made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It even made him feel a sense of trepidation. He had only felt this feeling from Jiangnan Tian and Han Li. But he didn't expect that a mysterious martial artist would be able to make him feel this way. He couldn't accept this. This feeling of unease made the fire demon furious. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and a resplendent light blossomed. Suddenly, a huge red palm stretched out like a cloud of fire, covering the sky and earth, completely enveloping all of the sword chi. His goal was very simple. He wanted to refine all of the sword chi. Boom! The fiery red palm fell, bringing with it a terrifying temperature. He, the fire demon, was famous for his pair of fire demon palms. His palms were fused with extremely terrifying flames. These flames were even more terrifying than the legendary blue sky flames. Thus, it could be said that there was nothing that could remain intact under his palm. He believed that the other party's sword chi was the same. At this moment, seeing the fire demon use the fire demon palms, everyone was shocked. The martial artists on the third prince's side also nodded continuously. Even some of the older generation figures in the villa were extremely shocked. Many of the older generation experts nodded one after another. They were very optimistic about this fire demon because with his talent and strength, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Boom! The terrifying fire demon palms stretched out, bringing with it endless heat waves, directly evaporating the lake below. Not only that, but several cracks were also blasted open in the void. The entire sky violently boiled like a huge boiler, roasting everyone until their faces turned pale. Some of the weaker ones were even directly sent flying by the aftermath of this bomb. But fortunately, none of the people present were weak. After the initial cry of alarm, all of them quickly adjusted their defenses and retreated to a safe distance. In the next moment, they looked forward and cried out in alarm. Because in the sky, the two streaks of sword chi were rapidly trembling, emitting a resplendent light. Then, they turned into countless streaks of sword light that soared into the sky. That strong aura was too fierce. Even in this heatwave environment, everyone still felt a chill. Humph! Die! The fire demon snorted coldly as all the power in his body surged into his palm again. Suddenly, the fire demon palm released an incomparably bright light. In an instant, it enveloped all the sword lights. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision rang out like a clap of thunder, resounding through the world. 10,000 swords chimed in unison, as if they wanted to destroy everything. But in the end, all of the sword chi was still enveloped by the flame demon palm. Not only that, but the entire void was distorted by the heat, and everyone's spiritual energy was evaporated. Ha 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 ha. Brat, your sword chi is gone. Hurry up and come out. Fire demon raised his head and laughed. As for the warriors under the third prince, they all cheered, "Great, the fire demon is so strong." That was natural. The fire demon was ranked third. Humph. That brat is still arrogant. He actually dared to look down on the fire demon. Now he knows how powerful I am. What mysterious expert. I think he's just a so-so. Humph, why isn't there any movement? I guess that brat is definitely scared out of his wits and doesn't dare to come out at all. The third prince's side laughed wildly, while the others were exclaiming. On Princess Katie's side, the atmosphere was solemn. Sure enough, he still lost. No choice. The fire demon is too strong. Several warriors shook their heads and sighed. Princess Katie's expression was also solemn. Are we really going to lose? She had already discovered that the mysterious expert's strength was even more terrifying than the number one expert on her side. But even so, she still could not defeat the fire demon. Was she really unable to enter the first year? Ha 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 ha, Princess Kaidai, don't look forward to it anymore. Do you have anyone else who wants to participate? If not, I'm going to challenge someone else. In the sky, the fire demon's expression was wild. He did not put Princess Katie's side in his eyes at all. The warriors under the third prince also laughed and said, "Fire demon, don't waste time. Our opponent is the first prince." That's right. The third prince nodded. He only had one enemy, and that was the first prince. He did not put the others, including Princess Kaidai, in his eyes. All right. The fire demon nodded and prepared to challenge the first prince. But at this moment, he frowned. On the third prince's side, the smile on his face instantly froze. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. This was because a sharp sword light lit up in the sky, shaking the void as it slashed out from the terrifying fire demon's palm. In the sky, the sea of fire surged and waves of air rolled. A huge crack appeared, which was cut open by the sword chi. Not only that, but there were countless cracks in the crack. The entire sky seemed to have been cut into pieces. What? It rushed out. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The third prince's side was even more shocked. This was because a shocking sword light, like a bright divine rainbow, lit up the sky and slashed out from the fire demon's palm. Not only that, the sword light quickly slashed towards the fire demon. The fire demon's expression changed immediately. He did not expect that the opponent's sword chi was still there, and it was so sharp. Could it be that his fire demon's palm had lost its effect? Damn it, how is this possible? The fire demon's expression was very ugly, but now was not the time for him to think too much. This was because the sword chi was still slashing towards him. Clang! 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 Bang! Even though the fire demon was extremely powerful, and his fire demon's palm was unparalleled in the world, he still could not fight back against the sword chi. His fire demon's palm was extremely red, and when it collided with the sword chi, there was a sonorous sound of vibration. The entire void trembled rapidly as if it was a painting that kept rolling. This scene stunned everyone. They had never imagined that the fire demon would actually fail. One should know that the fire demon's palm was extremely terrifying and could melt everything. But now, it could not shatter the bright sword chi. Buzz! Suddenly, thousands of sword lights flashed in the sky and quickly merged to form a shocking azure dragon that roared in all directions. Finally, a dragon-shaped sword chi spiraled in the void and rushed forward. Oh no! The fire demon's expression changed drastically when he sensed the sword chi. This was because the dragon-shaped sword chi was so terrifying that it made him shudder. He knew that this sword chi could still pose a threat to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Chapter 1545. The dragon-shaped sword chi was too terrifying. It was dazzling and carried a monstrous killing intent. It quickly descended and enveloped him. Get lost! Fire Fiend roared angrily. Immediately, a red domain appeared beside him and quickly formed a huge shield. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the Fire Fiend palms shot into the sky. The palms were bright red and had mysterious patterns on them. They emitted a monstrous aura and slammed into the dragon-shaped sword chi. In the next moment, a shocking explosion occurred, and the entire sky trembled. Endless waves of air surged, drowning everything. However, the dragon-shaped sword chi was too powerful. It directly blasted the Fire Fiend palms away and even cut through Fire Fiend's domain. It slashed Fire Fiend's body. Bang! Fire Fiend was sent flying and crashed into the ground, forming a terrifying crater. Barf! He struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. There was a deep sword mark on his body that had almost cut him in half. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe that Fire Fiend had been defeated and was seriously injured. Fire Fiend. He was ranked third among the third prince's subordinates. Dong Qianshan and Blood Monk could not compare to him at all. It could be said that he was a true powerhouse. But now, he had been defeated. He had been struck by the sword chi. Until now, they had not even seen the other party's figure. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The third prince's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had never thought that this would be the result. The first prince's eyes also flickered. That was because a mysterious powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere, and it was very disadvantageous to them. However, the first prince was happy to see the third prince's ferocious expression. On the other side, Princess Kaidai heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, this scene had indeed exceeded her expectations. She had never thought that the other party would be able to defeat Fire Fiend. That was a pleasant surprise. Ha 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 ha, brother, you're really strong. However, with your skills, it's a pity that you're under Kaidai. Are you interested in joining my side? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you the best treatment. The first prince said with a smile. Hearing this, Princess Kaidai's face sank. She had never thought that the crown prince would try to poach her in public. At the same time, she was extremely nervous because she could not guarantee whether the other party would agree or not. After all, the first prince's status and strength both surpassed hers. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need for that. I'm not anyone's subordinate, and I won't go over to your side. The only reason I'm taking action this time is to make an exchange with someone else. Apart from that, I also want to see what the strongest fighting force in the younger generation of the Dushuan Empire is like. As he finished speaking, his voice was filled with boundless killing intent. It was extremely sharp, and it shook space to the point terrifying cracks appeared. Indeed, Lin Xian had no interest in the fights between the princes and princesses. The reason why he acted was only because he had made a deal with Chu Yu. He helped Princess Kaidai, and Chu Yu helped him enter the Pill Sect, that was all. But now, he had another idea, and that was to fight with the strongest of the younger generation in the Dushuan Empire. When the surrounding cultivators heard that, they were extremely shocked. You want to fight with the strongest prodigy in the Dushuan Empire? You're too arrogant. Kid, I'll take you down. Get out here and die. Angry roars sounded one after another, and most of them were from the third prince's subordinates. Naturally, they were the ones who had lost face after Fire Demon was defeated. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and wanted nothing more than to capture and kill Lin Xian on the spot. I'm just speaking the truth. If you're not convinced, feel free to attack. However, you have no chance of winning. Lin Xian spoke again. You're courting death. Shameless boasting. Immediately, a few cultivators rushed into the sky. Although they did not know where Lin Xian was, there were still a few sword lights floating in the sky. As long as they destroyed those sword lights, Lin Xian would naturally come out. However, they soon regretted their decision. That was because the sword chi in the sky had turned into a mountain and was pressing down on them. It was too terrifying. It was as heavy as a primordial demon mountain. In an instant, all the cultivators were sent flying. Bang! 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 Those few people came quickly, and they flew out even faster. But at this time, Lin Xian's voice sounded out again, "Trash don't come, let the strongest come out and fight." Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too arrogant to actually challenge the strongest directly. Princess Katie's side was even more shocked. They never thought that this mysterious person was actually so powerful. However, Princess Kaidai revealed a smile, like a fresh flower blooming. She did not care about the other party's attitude, as long as the other party's strength was formidable and could defeat the third prince and eldest prince's subordinates. That way, he would have the qualifications to enter the first tier. This was something she had always dreamed of. Now, it was actually really going to be realized. But the third prince and eldest prince frowned. The other party's arrogant attitude made them very displeased. Especially the third prince, a hint of icy killing intent appeared in his eyes. The other party's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. What he had to do now was to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, in this situation, he would not make a move. He could only send the cultivators under him to fight. So, he looked to the side. There, a young man in white sat there with his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. He was too quiet and did not fit in with the surrounding environment. At this moment, the young man in white felt the third prince's gaze and immediately opened his eyes. His pair of starry eyes were incomparably deep, as if they were magical. "In this situation, I can only ask you to make a move," the third prince said softly. The third prince's attitude was very humble, at least he did not treat the other party as a subordinate. "Okay." The young man in white nodded, then slowly stood up. As he moved, a powerful aura was emitted from his body and spread out in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding powerhouses all changed. Although they were also powerhouses and were usually arrogant, in front of the young man in white, they were as obedient as cats. Because no one dared to behave atrociously in front of the young man in white. Not only were the cultivators on the third prince's side shocked, at this moment, everyone in the entire Misty Wave Mountain Villa held their breaths. Because they knew that Jiang Nantian was about to make a move. In the Dushuan Empire, there was no one who did not know Jiang Nantian. It was because he was too dazzling. At the age of 25, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of a 3-star king, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Countless seniors were no match for him. He was like a dazzling star that everyone could only look up to. Chapter 1546. Jiang Nanshan's figure fluttered like a bolt of white lightning as he arrived in the sky. But at that moment, another figure quickly flew over. Jiang Nantian frowned when he saw this figure. The others were shocked once more. Han Li. That's right, this figure was Han Li. He was a peerless genius on par with Jiang Nantian. However, Jiang Nantian was the #1 expert under the third prince, while Han Li was the #1 expert under the first prince. No one expected that even he would make a move now. Could it be that the mysterious person was truly so powerful? "You want to make a move?" Jiang Nantian asked with a frown. "Of course. Didn't you hear? He's challenging the strongest genius. Of course he's talking about me." It was clear that Han Li was the strongest genius and Jiang Nantian wasn't. "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm inferior to you?" Jiang Nanshan's voice was ice cold as he emitted a powerful aura. "Of course you're inferior to me." Han Li sneered and his body also emitted a biting cold aura. The two auras collided in the air with a thunderous sound that shook the void. This kind of collision was too terrifying. Just the shockwaves alone sent many people flying. Everyone hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky nervously. Could it be that the two were going to fight ahead of time? Indeed, the two were extremely famous and their strength was comparable. It could be said that they were a pair of peerless geniuses. However, they had both won and lost in their battles. They hadn't truly shown who was more powerful. Thus, when they heard that Lin Xian was going to challenge the strongest person, both of them stepped forward to challenge him. But now it seemed that the two would likely fight ahead of time to determine the victor. Everyone was looking forward to it. But at that moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded out once more. "No need to be so troublesome. You two can come one at a time. No one can escape." His voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable domineering aura. "One at a time. No one can escape. Do you think they're cabbages? They're peerless geniuses." Everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the sky, Jiang Nantian and Han Li were also stunned. "What an arrogant fellow." Jiang Nantian frowned. Han Li faced the sky and laughed. Good. "Brat, it's been a long time since you dared to speak to me like this. I want to see what skill you have." He snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, this time, Jiang Nantian stopped him. I came out first, so naturally, I should make the first move. Humph, you dare to stop me. Han Li was enraged and his aura suddenly erupted like a torrential flood, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. In an instant, all the sword rays in the sky exploded. Brat, get out here. This voice contained a biting cold killing intent, causing many people to bleed from their ears and tremble. Since you want to be the first to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky. What? It has appeared. At that moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions were filled with shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man would finally appear. Hee, brother, I knew you were here. Fatty Luo looked at the sky and grinned. What? It's really him. Zhou Tian, Han Kuan, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran and the others looked at the figure in shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man was the young man they had met at the Fenghua brothel. Zhou Tian's heart beat wildly. He was extremely shocked. At that time, he had recklessly attacked the other party. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Fortunately, the other party did not kill her. Otherwise, she would have been dead. As for Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran, their faces were flushed and their eyes were filled with adoration. On the other side, Chu Yu also heaved a sigh of relief. She slowly said, Princess, it's him. It's him. Princess Kaidai looked at the figure in the sky with a shocked expression. To be honest, she was too shocked. She did not expect that Chu Yu would help her find such a powerful martial artist who could even contend with Jiang Nantian and Han Li. The third prince, the eldest prince, and the surrounding experts all looked at the sky with grave expressions. At that moment, Lin Xian became the center of attention. Jiang Nantian and Han Li also stared at Lin Xian. Among them, Han Li coldly asked, You are the mysterious man who attacked before? That's right, it's me. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Humph, it seems that's all there is to it. Let me see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. With that said, Han Li clenched his fist again and punched. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was as if a mountain was trembling in the air. It directly shattered the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Clang! Lin Xian also clenched his fist and punched out to meet Han Li's attack. Suddenly, the two fists collided with a heaven-shaking sound. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions. The two did not use any divine abilities. It was a pure contest of strength. This attack was evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the mysterious youth would be able to contend against Han Li. Han Li was also surprised. Good. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Take another punch from me. With that said, he punched out again. At the side, Jiang Nantian saw this scene and shook his head with a sigh. He knew that once Han Li attacked, it was impossible for him to stop unless victory was decided. But he did not want to take advantage of Han Li's precarious situation and fight 2 against 1. His figure blurred and he came down again. Suddenly, only Han Li and Lin Xian were left in the sky. Lin Xian let out a long roar and his body flickered with light. Countless strands of sword chi burst out from his body and soared into the sky. At that moment, he was like a powerful sword god floating in the sky. Kill! He formed an incantation gesture with his hand and pushed it forward. Suddenly, a huge Cheong Chi appeared in the sky and roared as it charged forward. Boom! The two exchanged blows, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if two gods were fighting, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the Misty Wave Mountain Villa was an ancient ruin and had powerful defensive formations. Otherwise, it would have been razed to the ground. Han Li used a mid-grade earth-grade martial art, the Heavenly Wind Fist, with terrifying might. As for Lin Xian, he used the 9 Heavens transformations. One demon beast after another flew out from his fingers to meet Han Li's attack. These were 2 types of ultimate arts. They were extremely terrifying and directly caused the entire void to explode. After several tens of exchanges, Han Li suddenly let out a long roar. I originally thought you had some strength, but it seems you're only so-so. Since that's the case, let's end this battle. Die! He sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless streaks of purple light soared into the sky and quickly covered it. Purple Devil Purgatory, seal all directions. Chapter 1547. A huge purple vortex appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy roared like a myriad of beasts, shocking everyone. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was surrounded by countless purple lights and sealed in a special space. The space was translucent, allowing everyone to clearly see what was happening inside. Countless streaks of purple energy roared like angry dragons and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian, wanting to blast him apart. Not good. This is the Purple Devil Purgatory, one of Han Li's consummate abilities. That's right. I heard that he used this Purple Devil Purgatory to kill many peerless geniuses. Even the older generation couldn't break it. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to break it either. The scene in the sky caused everyone's expression to change, especially Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others below. They looked anxious. Although they weren't cultivators of the Dushuan Empire, they had heard of the Purple Devil Purgatory. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this ability was. On the other side, Princess Kaidai, Chu Yu, and the others wore grave expressions. They didn't expect that Han Li would be able to use such a terrifying martial art so quickly. Jiang Nantian's eyes flickered. He had fought with Han Li many times and naturally knew how terrifying the Purple Devil Purgatory was. Apart from him, very few people could escape. I wonder if he can escape. Or will it end here? The Crown Prince and the others all laughed. Ha ha ha, what mysterious expert! He has no chance of victory against Han Li, that's right. Although that brat's skills are decent, he can't contend against a top genius like Han Li. This battle is over. Many people sneered. They believed that Lin Xian had no hope of escaping. In the sky, the Purple Devil Purgatory. A translucent purple space floated in the air. Violent energy surged within it, and Lin Xian bore the brunt of it. However, Lin Xian didn't appear to be anxious. He appeared to be quite calm. In the next moment, his eyes focused and he coldly shouted. Then he clenched his hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a black devil sword quickly appeared. This sword was completely black and had demonic patterns on it. It emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura. 9 Hell Devil Sword. With a slash of the sword light soared into the sky. The entire demonic sword emitted an incomparably terrifying energy. Boom! In the next moment, the black sword radiance flashed and slashed violently on the purple demon purgatory. Immediately, a cracking sound was heard. The entire void began to tremble violently. Pang! In the next moment, an astonishing explosion was heard. The terrifying purple demon purgatory was actually split into 2 by the sword strike. Lin Xian, on the other hand, turned into a beam of light and dashed out at high speed. What? It was broken. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe this. The experts on the first prince's side opened their mouths wide and their minds went blank. That was the Purple Devil Purgatory, an extremely powerful secret technique that Hanli possessed. In the past, many genius martial artists, and even older generation figures, had fallen under this move. But now, it was actually split apart by a sword. Even Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted and he wore an expression of extreme shock. He refused to believe that his opponent would be able to breach his purple demon purgatory so easily. Damn it, how is this possible? How did he do it? However, the only answer he received was a shocking sword radiance. The Black Nine Darkness Devil Sword was like a black mountain. It was incomparably terrifying as it ruthlessly smashed towards Hanli Kapeng. In the next moment, Hanli was forced back. What? He was forced back. Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe their eyes. The incomparably powerful Hanli had actually been forced back. This was truly too shocking. At this moment, everyone in the Misty Wave Mountain Manor was extremely shocked. Ah! Brat, I'm going to kill you. After being forced back by a single sword strike, Hanli was incomparably crazed. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would be so powerful, so he had been careless and had been forced back. This was intolerable. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Hanli floated in the air and stopped his retreat. His purple robes quickly fluttered and he emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. That pair of ice-cold eyes had turned into a purple light. There were also mysterious talisman characters flickering around him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, directly piercing through space. Those familiar with him knew that at this moment, Hanli was truly enraged. Many of the cultivators on the eldest prince's side felt their hearts wildly pound. It's over. It's been a long time since I've seen Hanli like this. The last time I saw him like this was during his battle with Jiang Nantian. That's right. When Hanli goes berserk, no one can stop him. Only Jiang Nantian could resist him. Apart from him, no one else had any chance of survival. When the eldest prince saw this, he let out a sigh. Previously, he had wanted Hanli to subdue him and take him in as a subordinate. But now, it seemed that this was impossible. This was because once Hanli went berserk, his opponent would definitely die. The spectating cultivators were also shocked. At this moment, Hanli was like a fiend god. They didn't dare to look directly at him. Bright Monarch Palm. In the sky, Hanli furiously roared and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky boiled. A gigantic purple palm was formed rapidly. Like a tidal wave, it swept towards Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian's gaze was also resolute. He grasped the Nine Darkness Devil Sword and swung it. Suddenly, a terrifying swordlight rushed forward. The Nine Darkness Devil Sword was incomparably mysterious. He too even guessed that this Devil's Sword might have come from the terrifying underworld realm. It could be imagined that this Devil's Sword was absolutely terrifying. Its grade wouldn't be lower than an Earth-grade treasure. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was incomparably powerful. Lin Xian's Great Dragon Sword Soul possessed fearsome offensive power. Although he was only a one-star king, his battle prowess wasn't inferior to any three-star king. Thus, this sword strike was extremely powerful. Pang! The black sword light and the purple palm collided, creating a resounding clang. The entire sky boiled. What? He blocked it again. Seeing that the bright monarch palm was useless, Han Li's expression turned gloomy. He didn't think that his opponent would be so powerful. However, he furiously roared and decided to attack with all his strength. Bright Monarch move. Han Li furiously roared and purple light brightly shined from his body. In an instant, countless mysterious talisman characters revolved around him. Mysterious illusory figures appeared on his body. They were incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, his body blurred and he quickly charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of purple lightning. Lin Xian's expression didn't change as he waved the 9 Darkness Devil sword in his hand. The power of 4,000 swords. At this moment, he used the myriad sword art and brandished 4,000 swords. Suddenly, the wind and clouds above changed. 4 streaks of black lightning quickly formed. Each of the 4 streaks of lightning contained the power of 1,000 swords. It was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 1548. Rumble. The black thunderbolt was like a sword radiance, but it was also like a huge mountain. It quickly descended from the sky and shattered the entire void. In an instant, the sky became a black sea of lightning. The entire void was completely submerged, and Hanli bore the brunt of the endless sea of lightning. What? What a terrifying scene. When the crowd saw this, their expressions wildly changed. The reason for that was because they were able to clearly sense the berserk power brought forth by the lightning. It was simply too terrifying. When they encountered such power, they had no power to resist at all. Even Jiang Nantian wore a grave expression and his gaze wavered. Ah! Within the sea of lightning, Hanli roared towards the sky as his body flickered with purple light. However, his resistance was futile. This lightning was the result of the myriad sword art combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably powerful. In an instant, the 4 purple demonic shadows he summoned were directly shattered by the sea of lightning. Not only that, but his body was also struck. When the black lightning struck his body, his chi and blood roiled and he couldn't stand steadily. However, as a peerless genius, he was powerful. He quickly summoned a purple armor to cover his body, resisting the black lightning that filled the sky. However, he was still blasted back continuously. Not only was he forced back, but his chi and blood roiled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time, he suffered another loss in the exchange of blows. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their expressions greatly changed. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. This was Hanli. He was the most dazzling genius of the Dushuan Empire's younger generation. But now, he was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Just how powerful was that youth called Lin Xian? They didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, even Princess Kai Dai, the first prince, the third prince, and the others had extremely grave expressions. Jiang Nantian stood up abruptly. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at the sky. He had fought with Hanli many times and was well aware of his opponent's strength. Even he wouldn't be able to injure him so easily. Hanli was trembling with anger. His opponent's strength had shocked him greatly, but he couldn't accept that he had been injured. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily again and performed a powerful divine ability martial art. Immovable Wisdom Monarch. Hanli continuously waved his hand, causing the purple light on his body to become even more dazzling. A purple silhouette formed behind him and emitted a mysterious power. Kill! In the next moment, he roared and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, he was truly enraged. He was determined to kill Lin Xian. 3 heads 6 arms. When Hanli arrived in front of Lin Xian, Hanli once more, the purple silhouette took a step forward, and fused with him. Instantly, 2 more heads and 4 more arms appeared on both sides of him. Hanli's body was extremely strange. With 3 heads and 6 arms, there were no blind spots at all. Furthermore, the 2 arms that were formed were holding sabers, swords, and spears. At this moment, Hanli's aura. Xiong Qi, Tian Peng, Di Jiang, Zhu Yan, 9 Yin. They were all ancient divine beasts. Although it was only a manifestation of spiritual power, it was as strong as a real divine beast, and was extremely powerful. Pang! 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 The two forces collided in the air, erupting with resplendent light. The sky boiled as a vast amount of energy surged into the distance. After several tens of moves, Lin Xian suddenly pointed with his left hand. 3 void-shattering fingers quickly flew out in an extremely strange manner. Puff! Dong! The void-shattering fingers were traceless and capable of destroying everything. Now that Lin Xian was using it, it was even more unfathomable. 2 of the void-shattering fingers pierced through the 2 purple silhouettes at Han Li's side. As for the third, Han Li dodged it. But even so, it had achieved an extraordinary result. This was because it had broken through Han Li's immovable wisdom monarch. The 3 heads and 6 arms quickly disappeared. Han Li's face was pale. This was because his divine ability had been broken, and he had also suffered a certain amount of backlash. What? It was broken again. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to believe this. From the beginning of the battle until now, Han Li had been suppressed by his opponent. Every time he used a powerful divine ability, it was quickly broken through by his opponent. It was as if his opponent had a natural advantage over him. They knew that if this happened once, it could be due to luck. But if it happened multiple times, it couldn't be explained by luck. This meant that his opponent was incomparably powerful. It was even possible that his battle prowess surpassed Han Li's. With that thought, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, Lin Xian coldly said, "You've already lost. Let's switch." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, Han Li had been sent flying 3 times. This meant that his opponent was extremely powerful. However, they were unable to accept this reality. As for Han Li, he couldn't accept it. He angrily roared, "Don't be so arrogant. I was careless and didn't use my king's domain. Brat, my true techniques are all in my king's domain. Now, I will kill you with my own hands." With that said, he angrily roared. His eyes blossomed with incomparably resplendent light. They were like 2 streaks of light that tore through the sky. "Behold my king's domain, death's door." Along with this voice, purple light quickly flashed from Han Li's body. A purple domain instantly enveloped him. Within the purple domain, purple chi roiled. It was incomparably mysterious. A 10-meter-tall purple gate appeared out of thin air. It floated in the air. The gate was engraved with mysterious vein patterns that emitted an ancient aura. Death's door. When everyone saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the 3rd prince, the eldest prince, and Princess Kai Dai, they suddenly stood up. Their expressions were filled with shock. That's right, Han Li's king's domain was the Death's Door. However, he was normally very powerful and rarely used his king's domain in battle. As a result, they rarely saw it. They didn't expect that they would see it in battle today. The Death's Door was one of the most powerful king's domains in the Dushuan Empire. Princess Kai Dai's expression was grave. She knew that things were troublesome because she was well aware of how terrifying the Death's Door was. The Death's Door was created by a cultivation art. It was extremely famous in the Dushuan Empire. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. In the past several thousand years, only 3 or 4 people had successfully cultivated it. Han Li was one of them. On the other side, the 3rd prince frowned. His subordinate, Jiang Nantian, was extremely powerful. However, he was unable to completely defeat Han Li because of the Death's Door. The eldest prince smiled. Since he used the Death's Door, the brat will definitely not win. Chapter 1549. The Gate of Death was extremely terrifying. It was said that when the gate opened, no one would be able to survive. No one knew what was behind the Gate of Death. However, some said that it could be connected to the underworld or hell. Regardless, there was no doubt that the Gate of Death was extremely frightening. Hanli stood near the Gate of Death with an indifferent expression. "Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this move. However, since you've angered me, you won't be able to survive. Now, go to hell." With that said, he waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Death Soundwave. Following Hanli's voice, the purple Gate of Death blossomed with light. Purple devilish patterns appeared on its surface. The purple demonic runes vibrated rapidly, forming waves of death waves that spread out rapidly. These sound waves were too terrifying. They were tangible and specialized in damaging one's soul. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. There were a few unlucky ones in the crowd that were swept by the sound waves and fell to the ground. They weren't injured, but their auras had been completely extinguished. How terrifying! When the others saw this, they all retreated in fear. Fortunately, the majority of the sound waves were madly sweeping towards Lin Xian. Damn, this is a soul attack. That brat Lin definitely won't be able to withstand it. Of course. That brat's battle prowess is already so great. His soul power can't possibly be that outstanding. After all, a person's energy is limited. He can't take on everything. It seems he's finished this time. That's right. I didn't expect Hanli to be so powerful. His Gate of Death released a wave of death that specialized in destroying souls. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an attack. As the crowd discussed this, they nervously looked towards the sky. In the sky, Lin Xian wore a grave expression. Ever since he had come out of the Gate of Death, he had felt his hair stand on end. Hanli's king's domain was truly too strange. He had never seen it before. However, he possessed the great dragon sword soul. Even in this strange domain, he didn't fear it. Thus, when he saw the other party unleashing the death soundwave that specialized in destroying souls, he immediately harumphed coldly. Others might not have so much energy to cultivate both combat strength and soul force at the same time, but he was different. Previously, after cultivating the sky spill visualization diagram, his soul power had become extremely strong. He was definitely not inferior to a 3-star king. Moreover, the great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint spell between heaven and earth that could destroy everything. This kind of strength was not only reflected in battle, but also in soul force. It was even enough to destroy those illusory things. Therefore, although this death sound wave was terrifying, and to the majority of martial artists, it was a sure-kill divine ability ultimate skill. However, it had no effect on him. Dragon King Roar. In the next moment, Lin Xian let out a cold shout. His soul force combined with the great dragon sword soul and quickly released a sound wave attack. Roar! This sound wave was extremely terrifying. The Buddha true dragon roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! The Dragon King's roar collided with the death sound wave, producing a violent collision sound. It was as if swords and sabers had clashed against each other, causing countless black cracks to appear in the void. Explode! 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 The sky exploded with a bang, and flickering black holes appeared one after another. Fortunately, they were fighting in the sky. Otherwise, the entire Misty Wave Mountain Manor would have been impacted even with the defensive formation. What? He blocked it. This is impossible. Hanli's expression greatly changed. He didn't dare to imagine that his opponent was actually able to block his death sound wave. One had to know that his death sound wave wasn't an ordinary sound wave. Ordinary sound waves only cause damage to the body. However, his death sound wave not only caused damage to the body, but it also attacked one's soul power. This kind of combined damage was the most terrifying. Ordinary martial artists were completely unable to defend against it. Only if they had a treasure of the soul would they be spared. Jiang Nantian had such a treasure in his hands, which was why he was able to fight into a draw. As for the others, none of them were a match for him. But now, his opponent had also used a sound wave martial art to block his death sound wave. This greatly surprised him. The others were even more shocked and didn't dare to believe it. They originally thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. No one could resist this sound wave. However, the current situation was beyond their expectations. The other party used a roar to directly block the death sound wave. That terrifying sound even caused their auras to surge and their bodies to nearly split apart. Damn it, what kind of martial art is this? It's actually so terrifying. No way, how can his soul power be so strong? Fuck. Where did this kid appear from? Why is he like a freak? Isn't this combat strength too terrifying? Exclamations sounded one after another. As for Princess Kaidai, Chu Yu, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that Lin Xian was fine was undoubtedly the best news for them. Buzz buzz. The two sound waves collided and finally disappeared at the same time. The crack in the sky also quickly healed. However, Han Li's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had vowed that his opponent was dead for sure. But now, his opponent actually broke through his death sound wave. This was intolerable. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn to attack. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain suddenly appeared beside him. Myriad sword art, myriad sword heavenly attraction. Lin Xian once again used the myriad sword art. The dragon sword domain trembled, and countless sword chi quickly surged like sword spirits. Then, it soared into the sky. Suddenly, multicolored light filled the sky, and sword chi crisscrossed. The entire sky was completely filled with ruthless sword light. These sword chi were incomparably fast, and all of them blasted on the door of death, erupting into a shocking explosion. Pang pang. This attack was incomparably powerful, and it immediately caused the purple door of death to tremble. Even the light above it became dim. Damn it! Seeing that his door of death was damaged, Han Li's face also turned pale. He roared crazily, and his palms quickly changed seals. Door of death, death ray. Buzz. Caw caw. Suddenly, the purple door of death shone again. After that, the tightly shut door slowly opened, emitting kacha, kacha sounds. An incomparably terrifying aura was emitted from the crack in the door. That aura was too terrifying, and it made people feel despair. The death sound wave previously was only emitted from the door, and the door did not open. And now, the purple door of death had opened. What kind of terrifying energy would it display? No one dared to imagine. Chapter 1550. Death Ray. Along with Han Li's voice, a purple ray of light quickly condensed in the crack of the door and blasted forward. Boom! A purple ray of light instantly tore through the sky like a furious dragon. Wherever it passed, the sky was quickly shattered. What? Everyone felt their scalps go numb and their expressions were filled with horror. This attack was far too terrifying. It was capable of instantly killing any 3-star monarch. They didn't expect the death ray to possess such terrifying power. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank abruptly. The purple death ray was extremely sharp and quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a low shout and activated the Dragon Sword domain. The Dragon Sword domain immediately trembled and countless strands of sword qi quickly condensed, forming two wings that quickly enveloped Lin Xian. The two wings were completely condensed from sword qi, and when they closed, they covered the sky and protected Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, the death ray collided with the sword qi wings and violently clashed. Clouds and mist surged and waves of qi surged. It was as if two mountains had collided in the sky, creating a deafening sound. The death ray was extremely terrifying and could kill a 3-star monarch. However, when it collided with the sword qi wings, it lost its effect. Although the entire space shook violently, the death ray wasn't able to break through the two azure wings. What? How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Hanli widened his eyes in disbelief. That was the death ray that he was extremely proud of. It could kill any 3-star monarch. But now, it was unable to break through his opponent's defenses. This was simply too unbelievable. Crack! The gigantic wings of sword qi flapped and slowly opened up, revealing the situation inside. Lin Xian's clothes fluttered in the wind and his expression was calm. He hadn't suffered any injuries. In the next moment, his gaze focused and his body released an extremely terrifying aura. Then, he soared into the sky with the Dragon Sword domain and charged forward. What? Han Li's pupils contracted and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, he still summoned up his courage and roared, "Doors of death, completely open." As his voice fell, the spiritual energy in his body burned fiercely, and a terrifying energy ran through his body. Because with his current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to completely open the door of death. However, at this moment, he was burning his spiritual energy to stimulate his body's potential. He wanted to open the door of death ahead of time to kill his opponent. The gate of death was incomparably terrifying. It was his strongest move. At this moment, he was willing to use all of his strength to open the gate of death. Caw caw caw. Boom. Two deep sounds rang out, and the door of death slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black darkness. No one knew where the door led to, but the energy emitted from it was too terrifying. Even those of the older generation had expressions of despair on their faces. Die! Han Li burned every inch of power within his body, and his entire body erupted with dazzling light. The gates of death were fully opened, emitting a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Then, the devouring power pulled Lin Xian into the door of death. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure entered the door of death and disappeared. The entire sky regained its clarity once again. It was quiet, without a trace of sound. What's going on? What happened? Everyone's eyes widened. That Lin Xian was sucked into the door of death. He really went in. This is the first time I've seen such a strange situation. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. Even Princess Kai Dai, the third prince, and the others frowned. Han Li faced the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, brat, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to come out after entering the door of death. From today onwards, you can go to hell for me." His voice was filled with arrogance and pride. In his opinion, Lin Xian was an extremely powerful enemy. But so what if he was powerful? Wasn't he still killed by him? What? Entering the door of death is the same as entering hell. That brat won't be able to come back. Rumor has it that the door of death is connected to an incomparably mysterious world. Now it seems that it is true. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They knew that the battle was over. Lin Xian had entered the door of death and wouldn't be able to come out. Seeing this scene, Han Kun, the Fire Cloud Nation youth, and the other martial artists all sighed. As for Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others, their faces were pale. Princess Kai Dai also sighed, and her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She was indeed quite sad because Lin Xian's strength could have pushed her to the first tier. But now that he had entered the incomparably mysterious door of death, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to come out in this lifetime. At the side, Jiang Nanshan's expression was solemn as he whispered to himself, "Is it over?" He's still lost. It seems that the door of death is indeed incomparably strange. In the sky, Hanli laughed wildly once again. Then he swept his gaze and stared at Jiang Nantian as he coldly shouted. "Jiang Nantian, come up. I'm going to finish you off together." This voice was filled with endless domineering aura. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What? He still wants to fight. This Hanli is too powerful. He just fought the powerful Lin Xian, and now he wants to fight Jiang Nantian. When Jiang Nantian heard this, he slightly shook his head. "No, you just finished a great battle and must have consumed a lot of energy. Why don't we wait for you to recover before we fight?" He decisively refused. In the sky, Hanli tightly frowned. Because he had previously completely opened the door of death, he had burned a lot of spiritual power, so he wanted to take advantage of this power to quickly finish off Jiang Nantian. But he didn't expect that Jiang Nantian wouldn't be fooled and wouldn't fight him. This caused him to feel anxious. Because when the power he activated disappeared, he feared that he would enter a period of weakness for a period of time. When that time came, he would be no match for Jiang Nantian. Humph. What? You don't dare to fight. Could it be that you're afraid? Hanli sneered. It doesn't matter. As long as you say that you've lost to me, I won't fight you. However, Jiang Nantian still slightly shook his head. I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to take advantage of you. Let's fight later. As an expert, he naturally saw Hanli's current state at a glance. If he went up to fight Hanli now, he would undoubtedly be courting death. He wasn't that foolish. Hanli coldly laughed, "It's not up to you now." With that said, his figure blurred and he quickly charged towards Jiang Nantian. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. Chapter 1551. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. That way, no one would be his match. Everyone was shocked by this scene and couldn't understand. However, they soon came to a realization. They discovered that the door of death in the sky was slowly closing. The terrifying aura was also gradually weakening. It seemed that Hanli had activated the energy and the time was up. Hanli naturally knew this, so he couldn't help but speed up. But in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because the gate of death behind them had stopped halfway through its closing. There was a large patch of pitch-black darkness in the crack of the door. But in the boundless darkness, a deep sound could be heard. Boom! 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 The sound was very deep, as if someone was beating a drum. What is that sound? Where is it coming from? Could it be that someone is still fighting? Everyone was puzzled. When Hanli looked behind him, his expression greatly changed. Not good. His expression became extremely unsightly because he discovered that the sound was coming from the door of death. But why was there movement coming from the door of death? This kind of abnormal change had never happened before. Could it be that brat? Hanli was bewildered, but apart from this, he had no other explanation. Furthermore, the others seemed to have discovered this scene and began to make guesses. Could it be Lin Xian's movement? It can't be. Didn't they say that the door of death was connected to the netherworld? Once one entered, they would be forever suppressed in hell. How could it come out? But only Lin Xian entered the door of death. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly as they carefully looked at the sky. Han Li's gaze was gloomy as he coldly snorted and once again released a terrifying attack, adding it to the door of death and sealing it. Humph, no matter who you are, you won't be able to break through my door of death. Once you enter, you'll stay there forever. He quickly formed hand seals and formed a powerful seal on the door of death that emitted a resplendent light. However, the sound of the collision became more and more intense. At first, it sounded like a drum, but now it sounded like thunder exploding in the sky, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Boom! Pang! Crack crack! Finally, the sound became more and more intense, and finally, a black crack appeared in the sky. Pang! The seal on the gate of death instantly shattered. A huge black hole formed above the death's gate. Then, a figure flew out quickly. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. What? Did that kid really come out? How is this possible? He actually managed to come out of the door of death. Heavens! Is he still human? Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. The figure in the sky was Lin Xian. He and his powerful strength had broken through the energy of the door of death and returned to reality. At this moment, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared beneath his feet. Sword chi flickered on his body. The demonic sword in his hand bloomed with a strange light, and his entire person became extremely sharp. What? It's you. How is that possible? How did you break through my door of death? When Han Li saw him, his expression greatly changed and his heart was greatly shaken. To tell the truth, he was truly shocked. This was because no one had ever been able to escape from his door of death. Furthermore, he believed that no one had ever been able to escape. But now, someone had truly come out. He didn't dare to believe this scene. In the sky, Lin Xian's gaze was cold. The door of death is truly not bad. It's the most powerful domain I've ever seen. However, it's still unable to trap me. Now, the battle is over. With that said, his body blurred and he held the 9 underworld devil sword in his hand. He turned into a streak of resplendent dragon-shaped sword chi and quickly attacked Han Li. This sword strike was truly terrifying. The sword light was like a sea, instantly illuminating the entire sky. He was like a huge dragon as he rampaged through the sky. His aura was tyrannical to the extreme. When he felt this aura, Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He didn't hesitate and recalled the door of death to defend himself. Suddenly, a mysterious purple gate appeared in front of him, emitting a strange aura. It was as if it was connected to hell. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided. Light erupted and heaven and earth trembled. The door of death was directly shattered and disappeared into thin air. As for Han Li, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They didn't expect that the previously incomparably powerful Han Li would actually be defeated. Plop! Han Li's body fiercely fell to the ground and fainted. The surrounding people all sank into deep shock and were speechless. After a long time, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. The most dazzling of the Dushuan Empire's younger generation, Han Li, had actually been defeated. And Lin Xian's valiance caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. This battle wasn't a matter of luck, but a true battle of strength. Han Li's strength was very strong and could suppress the younger generation, but Lin Xian's strength was even stronger. Even Han Li wasn't his match. Ha 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 ha. As expected, he won. I've struck it rich this time. Fatty Luo clapped his hands. He had bet on Lin Xian's victory and would definitely make a fortune. At the side, the gambling youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn, this is a truly ferocious person. Fatty Luo, where did you find such a person? His eyes shined as if he had seen a rare treasure. He won, he really won. Han Kuan, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others all widened their eyes in disbelief. On the other side, Princess Kaidai let out a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her exquisite face. Chu Yu was also extremely shocked, and then he frowned. Who knew what kind of storm such a person would cause if he entered the Pill sect? On the other side, the eldest prince's expression was malevolent. He didn't expect that his strongest subordinate, Hanli, would be defeated. He couldn't accept this. Damn it, how is this possible? Who is he? How could he defeat Hanli? The eldest prince raised his head and looked at the sky, a cold light blossoming from his eyes. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored the first prince and looked in another direction. Jiangnan Tian, it's your turn. What? He still wants to fight. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would face Jiangnan Tian so quickly. Immediately, everyone became excited again because they wanted to know if Lin Xian could defeat Jiangnan Tian again. Jiangnan Tian also took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely grave. It was clear that the previous battle had left him extremely shaken. Not only that, but he also discovered that he couldn't block the last move. When he heard his opponent's voice, his expression became even more grave, but in the end, he sighed. Chapter 1552. After saying this, his entire body seemed to have lost its luster. As a peerless genius, he had his own pride. But now, he discovered that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Even if he attacked, he would suffer the same fate as Hanli. He would be seriously injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Rather than that, he might as well admit defeat. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to believe it. They didn't expect that Jiang Nantian would directly admit defeat. This was even more shocking than Han Li's defeat. One had to know that Jiang Nantian was a peerless genius. Such a person definitely had a stronger self-esteem than ordinary people. But now, his opponent actually admitted defeat. This meant that he had absolutely no confidence in front of Lin Shui. Perhaps not even the slightest bit. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely shocked. Just how strong was Lin Xian? He directly made a genius of the Dushuan Empire admit defeat. This was definitely something that only happened once in 1,000 years. Alright, since it's like this, I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he restrained his aura and quickly floated down. Since the opponent admitted defeat, there was no need for him to fight with him. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal this time. Presumably, Chu Yu would be able to recommend him to enter the Pill sect. Lin Xian didn't go to Princess Kaidai. Instead, he found a quiet place and sat cross-legged. Next, the competition continued. The martial artists under the various princesses and princes sparred. However, there was no match that was as exciting as Lin Xian and Han Li's dishes. Finally, all the battles ended. Princess Kaidai got her wish and entered the first echelon. Although the martial arts assembly had ended and the princesses and princes had left, the martial artists didn't leave. Because there was still a grand banquet waiting for them. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a beautiful maid quickly came in front of him and respectfully said, "Young master, my princess invites you." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He naturally knew that this was someone sent by Princess Kai Dai. Therefore, he didn't decline and directly followed the other party. In a hall of the Misty Wave Villa, Princess Kai Dai, Chu Yu, and their subordinates were all gathered together. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, especially Princess Kai Dai, who had a smile hanging on her beautiful face. Soon, they saw the beautiful maidservant bringing Lin Xian in. Immediately, everyone stood up. His subordinates were all nervous. After all, Lin Xian was an even more terrifying genius than Han Li. Being together with such a genius, they couldn't help but feel nervous and restrained. Princess Kai Dai smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, please sit." "All right." Lin Xian nodded, then sat down boldly. This time, Kai Dai was able to enter the first group. "Many thanks to young Master Lin's help." "It's nothing. I merely made an exchange with Fairy Chu Yu. It's only natural for me to act," Lin Xian said indifferently. He then glanced at Chu Yu and said, "Since I've already done it, I hope you won't forget your promise." "Don't worry, I can definitely let you enter the Pill sect. However, it's hard to say what kind of identity you'll have. But with your strength, you should be able to quickly climb up," Chu Yu said. At that moment, Princess Kai Dai asked, "Why does young Master Lin want to join the Pill sect? Why not join my Dushuan Empire? The Rainbow Disc will definitely treat you with the highest respect." In truth, the Dushuan Empire and the Pill sect were equal in strength. This was why she was so confident in keeping Lin Xian. "Many thanks for Princess's good intentions, but I've already decided to join the Pill sect." Lin Xian shook his head and refused. In truth, if it weren't for King Pillfeather's wish, Lin Xian wouldn't have joined the Pill sect. He would have joined a holy land. Thus, he wouldn't join the Dushuan Empire. Seeing Lin Xian refuse so decisively, Princess Kai Dai was disappointed. However, she said, "Men, bring out the gift I've prepared." Very quickly, a warrior in black armor walked over with a wooden box. The wooden box was a foot tall and had exquisite carvings on it. It was obvious that it was made of high-quality wood. "What is this?" Everyone was puzzled. Even Lin Xian was curious. Princess Kai Dai smiled and said, "Open it." When she said that, her eyes shone brightly. Clearly, she was very confident in her gift. When the black-armored martial artist heard the order, he immediately opened the square box. There was a Buddha statue inside. The carvings were vivid and lifelike. However, there were 3 sword scars on the statue. "This is..." Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with this gift. He'd seen it before in the Tianwu continent. However, compared to the sword scars now, they paled in comparison. The sword scars on the Buddha statue must have been left by a peerless swordsman. That was because the remnant aura made his heart palpitate. Moreover, not only was the aura sharp, the sword scars seemed to contain a very mysterious energy. At this time, Princess Kai Dai said, "I paid a great price to collect this Buddha statue. The 3 sword scars on it are very mysterious and ever-changing. If you can understand it, it'll be a great fortune for a swordsman. I've been reluctant to take it out before. Today, I'll give it to young Master Lin." Hearing that, the surrounding warriors sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with envy. They weren't weak. Naturally, they could feel the mysterious energy contained in the sword scars. It could be said that this was a priceless treasure. However, they could only envy. There was nothing else they could do. Because they couldn't get such a treasure. Perhaps if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to get it either. Perhaps only Lin Xian could make Princess Kai Dai give such a treasure. As for Lin Xian, he took a deep breath. The reason for that was because those 3 sword scars were extremely useful to him. So in the next moment, he quickly nodded. In that case, I won't be polite. However, I still won't stay here. But, I can help you one more time. No matter what, no matter who the enemy is, I can help you once. But there's only one chance. I hope you'll take it seriously. Really? Hearing that, Princess Kai Dai was excited. Thank you, young Master Lin. To be honest, she was very disappointed. Because even after giving away the Buddha statue, she didn't keep Lin Xian. Chapter 1553. No matter what kind of enemy she faced, Lin Xian would help her at least once. This was a very precious condition. One had to know that Lin Xian was already very strong, and from the looks of it, he was only in his 20s. His future achievements could be said to be limitless. With such a person agreeing to help her, no matter how big of a problem she encountered in the future, he would be able to solve it. Then Kai Dai would like to thank young Master Lin. You're welcome. Lin Xian nodded, then put away the Buddha statue. Then, he turned to look at Chu Yu. Chu Yu naturally knew what he meant, so she said, I might stay here for a few more days. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay here for a few days too. Once we're done here, I'll take you to the Pills sect. Alright, in that case, I won't disturb you. Lin Xian stood up. Xiao Shui, take young Master Lin to the courtyard to rest. The beautiful servant girl from before led Lin Xian away again. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed in Yanbao Mountain Villa. However, he did not attend any banquets. Instead, he went into seclusion to study the 3 sword scars on the Buddha statue. The 3 sword scars were indeed very profound, containing the supreme sword Tao. Even Lin Xian could not fully comprehend them in such a short time. However, with every bit he comprehended, his understanding of the sword Tao deepened greatly. Combined with his past battle experience, he created 3 sword moves based on the 3 sword scars. The first move, Azure Dragon Break. This was a very powerful move. The second move, Underworld Waning Moon Break. This move not only incorporated the power of the sword scars, but also the characteristics of Death's Door. To be more precise, Death's Door had inspired him to use this move. This was because he had been sucked into a very special space by Death's Door. If not for his great dragon sword soul, he would not have been able to return at all. Therefore, he had a lot of understanding of this move. Therefore, the second move used powerful sword energy to shatter the stars and send the enemy into an unknown space for exile. The third move, Mirror Still Water. This was a defensive sword technique that could increase the defense of the dragon sword domain. These 3 moves were created by Lin Xian by combining his own strength and the comprehension of the 3 sword scars. They were very suitable. Its power was also extraordinary, and it was definitely not inferior to an Earth-tier martial skill. When he created these 3 moves, the banquet in the Yanbao Mountain Villa also ended. Because 5 days had passed, the banquet in Chang and would eventually come to an end. And on this day, Chu Yu finally came to find him. Let's go. Alright. Lin Xian did not hesitate in the slightest and directly left Misty Wave Mountain Villa with Chu Yu. Sky Martial Continent, War God Palace. At this moment, the Lin family had already integrated into the Palace of Gods of War and started their new lives. As for the Palace of Gods of Ares, other than operating normally, it would also pay attention to the situation in Wanling Valley because that was where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. On this day, the myriad Spirit Valley suddenly shone with incomparable light, like a rainbow shining in the sky. This scene startled everyone in the palace of Ares. Countless elders rushed over and were very shocked. Could it be that the palace master had come out of seclusion? As expected, the myriad spirit valley slowly opened, and a crack appeared on the defensive array outside. Then, two figures walked out from inside. The person in front was a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps, and his gaze was dignified with a righteous aura. He was Lin Zhan. And beside him was a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman. She was Lin Zhan's wife and also Lin Xian's mother. Their appearance caused a commotion in the palace of gods of war. Not only that, but old Master Lin and the others also rushed over excitedly. Soon, the group was reunited. However, Lin Zhan would not stay for long this time. He quickly arranged a few backup plans and was about to leave the Sky Martial continent. Two of the most important things were that he had raised old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin's cultivation. It allowed them to enter the half-step king realm directly. Moreover, he had left behind a large number of natural treasures to ensure that they could become true kings. Other than that, he had also left behind a clone. He had spent a lot of effort in refining this clone. It was a lot stronger than his previous clone. Its strength was about the same as the heavenly netherbird. With this clone's protection, no one would be able to touch the Lin family. After doing all this, Lin Zhan brought his wife and left the Sky Martial continent. With a wave of his hand, a jet-black spirit boat appeared. Then, the two of them boarded the spirit boat and turned into a black bolt of lightning as they charged into the endless sea. The alchemy sect was a sect that focused on alchemists. Its status could be said to be one of the top sects besides the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. Its location was not in the Dushuan Empire, but it was not far away. Of course, it was not far away. Even for kings like Lin Xian and Chu Yu, it still took them a total of 7 days to fly. Along the way, Lin Xian looked around at the scenery of the mountains and was shocked. As expected of the eastern wilderness, a true great world. The mountains and rivers here were very magnificent. The mountains were majestic and connected together as if countless huge dragons were lying on the ground. The river surged and the water surged, producing thunderous sounds. The spiritual chi here was even denser than in the Sky Martial continent. Of course, not only was the spiritual chi abundant, but there were also many dangers. During this period, Lin Xian had seen more than one king demonic beast. There was even one time that he felt a great pressure. It was an unknown demonic beast. It was very huge. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky like a dark cloud. It had a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Luckily, Lin Xian and Chu Yu were not ordinary people. The two of them hid their auras and hid in the cave below. That was how they managed to escape. According to Chu Yu, this was a very terrifying king demonic beast. If one met it head-on, there was no chance of survival. Of course, this was not the strongest king demonic beast. It was said that some of the peerless king demonic beasts were very terrifying. They could destroy a country with a raise of their hand. That was terrifying. Of course, that kind of terrifying existence usually did not come out. Moreover, on the human side, there were the great sage lands and the clan of the ancients. They would not allow that kind of demonic beast to harm the human world. 7 days later, Chu Yu and Lin Xian arrived near a mountain range. If we continue forward, we will reach the alchemy sect. Chu Yu looked at the majestic mountain range and said with a smile. Wait in the city at the foot of the mountain. I will go back and arrange for you to enter the sect. However, let me say this first. With my strength, I can only allow you to enter as an ordinary disciple. I can't allow you to enter any higher. Chapter 1554. Ordinary disciples? Lin Xian's gaze flickered. That's enough. As long as he could enter the Pill sect, Lin Xian would be satisfied. After all, he had come with a mission. He didn't know much about King Pillfeather, nor did he know much about the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron had only been obtained after King Pillfeather had left the Pill sect. So what had happened to King Pillfeather in the Pill sect? Why had he been killed on the Martial Heaven continent? Lin Xian would have to find out all of this himself. Chu Yu flew directly toward the Pill sect. As for Lin Xian, he went to a city near the center of the Pill sect to wait. Lin Xian transformed into a streak of sword light that shot through the air. However, he was extremely shocked inside. There were hundreds of cities near the Pill sect. They were densely packed together. It was like a small country. And this was just the outer region of the Pill sect. In the depths of the mountain range, there were palaces and waterfalls. It was a celestial scene. Lin Xian withdrew his aura and quickly landed in a nearby city. He found an inn to rest in. The next day, he received a letter from Chu Yu. The matter had already been settled. Chu Yu had given him two choices. The first was to join the Pill sect as a cultivator and be responsible for the sect's safety. His starting position was decent, but his final position wouldn't be too high. The second choice was to join the sect as an alchemist. However, this choice required Lin Xian to undergo a test. He would only be able to join after passing the test. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He chose the second choice. After all, he wanted to see just how miraculous the Pill sect's alchemy techniques were. He was also an alchemist, and he had never stopped cultivating alchemy. At this moment, his alchemy skills had already reached the Grandmaster realm. He could refine profound pills that surpassed the 9th rank. Only such profound pills were useful to King Realm cultivators. As for pills below the profound pill, even if they were 9th rank pills, they had very little effect on King Realm cultivators. Other than the letter, there was also a medallion. It was the one Lin Xian used to enter the Pill sect. With the token in hand, Lin Xian left the inn. The alchemy sect was incomparably brilliant. The mountain range was continuous, and one couldn't see the end of it. This was a behemoth. It was a very powerful existence below the clan of the ancients and the peerless Holy Lands. Ordinary people would not dare to come here and behave atrociously. Of course, for those alchemists who wanted to join the Pill sect, there were also special testing places. It was a valley at the foot of the mountain where dozens of palaces had been built. That place was used to test alchemists. When the alchemy sect recruited disciples, what they looked at was not your current strength, but your talent. This was because the level of one's talent determined how far one could go in the future. This was what the Pill sect valued the most. Of course, one must have a certain foundation. Moreover, those who could come to this alchemy sect to participate in the test were not ordinary people. However, no matter how extraordinary they were, they didn't dare to be impudent in front of the alchemy grandmaster. At that moment, a lot of people were gathered in the valley. They were all waiting silently. Among these people, there were 7 or 8-year-old children, 15 or 16-year-old youths, and even 20-year-old youths. There were even some elderly people among them. In any case, there were people of all ages. They all harbored a sincere heart and wanted to join the alchemy sect. Lin Xian also arrived in front of the valley. However, he did not stop. Instead, he walked straight inside. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Many people even started whispering. Who is this guy? He actually doesn't know the rules and dares to enter directly. Yeah. Looks like he should be a hothead. If he goes in like this, he'll definitely be killed directly. Hee, that's good too. With one less competitor, my chances of entering the alchemy sect will be a little higher. Sigh, yeah. Every year, there are some hotheads who ignore the alchemy sect's rules and barge in directly. I remember that some time ago, there was a youth who was hooting here. He even wanted to use force to barge in. In the end, he was sent flying with a punch. The crowd discussed animatedly. Looking at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with gloating expressions. And at this moment, an icy voice also came from inside the valley. Halt! Who are you? How dare you be so rude? The alchemy sect is not a place where you can casually enter. If you want to enter the alchemy sect, not only do you have to have talent, you also have to have opportunities. Kneel outside and wait. When your opportunity arrives, someone will naturally let you in. Along with the voice came a figure. This was a young man wearing a robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance as if he did not care about anyone. There was no helping it. These alchemy sect disciples did indeed have the right to be arrogant. This was because the alchemy sect was a colossus here. It was an absolutely transcendent existence. Even many surrounding countries had to submit to the alchemy sect. Behind the young man in the robe, there were countless figures flashing. Clearly, they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. As long as someone made a move, they would not hesitate to attack and kill. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed. He took out the token and slowly said, "I'm here to participate in the test." The token was very simple. There was the word alchemy carved on it. There was a red glow on the surface, emitting a fiery aura. This was the alchemy sect's token. Outsiders could not fake it. When the young man in the robe saw the token, his body trembled. The arrogance on his face disappeared and was replaced with a hint of seriousness. He carefully took the token and said, "Wait here first. I'll go and report." With that, the young man in the robe entered the valley again. The surrounding people began to whisper. Some of them were even filled with shock. What's going on? He wasn't killed. Yeah, this isn't the alchemy sect style of doing things. Could it be? What other background does this kid have? The group of people discussed animatedly. They were very puzzled. However, not long after, the young man in the robe from before came out again. You must be Lin Xian. Follow me. You have the qualifications to join the alchemy sect. However, we still have to test your aptitude. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Chuyu had already explained this to him. Therefore, he took a step forward and followed the young man in the robe in. What? He went in. He actually went in. When the people behind saw this scene, their eyes widened. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would be killed. They did not expect that he would be invited in. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Heavens, who is this kid? How could he enter the alchemy sect so easily? Look at the token he took out earlier. It should be the token of the alchemy sect. This kid's background is definitely not simple. Chapter 1555. The valley wasn't large, but it was surrounded by palaces. Furthermore, there were quite a few spirit medicines growing inside. Many of them didn't exist in the Tianwu continent. However, Lin Xian recognized them. This was because he had the inheritance of Wine Lord and King Pillfeather. Thus, he had a very precise grasp of medicinal herbs. There were basically no herbs that he didn't recognize. Soon, he entered a palace. This palace had a total of 6 floors. Each floor was filled with books. Lin Xian glanced at them and found that most of them were books on the Tao of alchemy. There were recipes, identification of medicinal herbs, and medicinal effects. There were also flames, pill furnaces, and so on. In short, almost everything related to pills was here. It could be said that this place was filled with knowledge. Finally, Lin Xian followed the pill-robed youth to the 5th floor. There was a middle-aged man sitting there. At this moment, he was holding an ancient book in his hand and carefully reading it. The book was slightly yellowed, and the pages were somewhat curly. It was obvious that it had been flipped through countless times. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man was holding it in his hand as if it were a treasure. Lin Xian looked ahead and was slightly surprised. This was because the flame aura on this person's body was very strong. It even surpassed the blue sky flames and the mysterious flame in Han Li's hand. There was no need to think about it. The other party should have grasped an extremely terrifying flame. In addition, he also felt an extremely powerful soul power from the other party. Even he was shocked by this soul force. The other party was definitely an alchemist, and a very terrifying one at that. He didn't expect to see such a person as soon as he arrived at the pill sect. "Martial uncle, I've brought him," the pill-robed youth respectfully said. "Yes, I know," the middle-aged man indifferently said. However, he didn't immediately raise his head and continued to read the ancient book in his hand. The pill-robed youth respectfully withdrew, leaving only Lin Xian behind. After a while, the middle-aged man raised his head and closed the ancient book in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the ancient book floated to the side of the bookshelf. Then, he picked up the medallion on the table. His eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice, "You are Lin Xian?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, he had already retracted his aura, making him look like an ordinary person. However, there was a very calm expression on his face. "Not bad. To be able to resist my pressure, it seems that your strength is definitely not ordinary. I heard about your situation from Chu Yu. To be able to defeat Han Li, his battle prowess is truly astonishing. However, I'm very curious. If you were to enter the other sect, you would probably be treated very well. But why did you enter the pill sect?" At the end of his speech, his gaze became sharp, like two sharp swords that wanted to see through Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian was still as calm as ever. The great dragon sword soul within his body quickly revolved, offsetting this pressure. "Other than being a cultivator, I'm also an alchemist. Naturally, I want to join the alchemy faction and learn more advanced alchemy techniques." "An alchemist?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't believe that the other party was actually an alchemist. "Prove it." Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, his soul power surged out. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the other party's soul power would be so powerful. "Not bad. Most people don't have such a powerful soul. Kid, it seems that your talent is quite good." The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, the wall in front of him flickered and quickly opened, revealing a painting. There were two yin-yang fishes, one white and one black. They fused together in a very profound manner. "Look carefully. How many changes can you see?" As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the yin-yang diagram on the painting began to quickly revolve. The black and white diagrams seemed to become black and white fishes that quickly swam away. 72, Lin Xian glanced at it and quickly said. "And now?" the middle-aged man asked again. The yin-yang fishes in front of him were moving faster and faster. 360 types. 1800, 7200. 12,000 types. When Lin Xian said this number, the middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could see so many changes. The yin-yang diagram in front of him was a treasure of the alchemy faction. It was very strange. Although it didn't have much attack power, it could be used to test a martial artist's soul power. The yin-yang fishes had tens of thousands of changes. A martial artist could only use their soul power to capture the changes within. The stronger the soul power, the more changes one could capture. Generally speaking, seeing 3,600 changes was enough to enter the alchemy faction. If one could see more than 5,000 changes, they would be considered a decent genius. Even better ones could see 7,000 to 8,000 changes. As for those who could see more than 10,000 changes, they would be considered a genius. This kind of person's soul power was very high. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists to cultivate it. Unless the other party had a cultivation method that specialized in soul power or consumed some heavenly treasure. It was even rarer to be able to see more than 12,000 changes as soon as they entered the sect. It could be said that there were very few people. Therefore, Lin Xian's soul power really shocked him. Your soul power isn't bad. What about your knowledge of spiritual herbs? The middle-aged man flicked his finger and 3 drops of liquid floated down from the sky. Can you tell what kind of spirit herbs these are made from? There are 42 types. There are purple spiral flowers, extreme spirit grass. Lin Xian listed them one by one, his expression very calm. This made the middle-aged man even more shocked. His spiritual liquids were all made from dozens to hundreds of spiritual herbs. Ordinary people couldn't tell it all. But this young man in front of him could quickly list them out as if he was familiar with them. Looks like he was indeed an alchemist. Very good, you pass. The middle-aged man was very satisfied. With your talent and current strength, you can ignore the outer sect disciples and directly become an inner sect disciple. Many thanks, senior. Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Okay, you can go to the inner sect to report now. The middle-aged man flipped his palm and took out a new token, handing it to Lin Xian. This is an identity token. Engrave your soul power on it. Don't lose it usually. Saying this, the middle-aged man sat down again. With a wave of his palm, the books on the bookshelf in the distance seemed to be held by a pair of invisible hands and floated over again. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Xian and continued to read the ancient books. As for Lin Xian, he took the new inner sect disciple token and left the hall. When he went out, he found that the red-robed young man from before was still waiting outside. Oh, how do I get to that door? Lin Xian asked. Inner sect. The red-robed young man heard this and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were full of shock. You enter the inner sect. Lin Xian nodded and then took out the token. Chapter 1556. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Senior brother, you're new here. You don't know what being an inner sect disciple means. The young man explained quickly. His attitude changed quickly. He was even addressing Lin Xian as senior brother now. The disciples of the Pill sect are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. There are also direct disciples. However, there are very few direct disciples. There are only a few of them. Furthermore, the sect master and the various elders no longer accept direct disciples. Therefore, direct disciples can be seen as special core disciples. From the outer sect to the inner sect, there's a threshold. Most of the outer sect disciples are free range and do some chores. They can be said to be the lowest level of the sect. But it's different for the inner sect disciples. They are already considered as the elites. They enjoy many resources and have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the elders. You can say that their treatment has improved a lot. However, it's difficult to become an inner sect disciple. Every year, only a small number of outstanding outer sect disciples can become inner sect disciples. The competition is extremely intense. In fact, some people have been in the outer sect for more than 10 years and have yet to become inner sect disciples. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded his head. He finally knew why this young man before him had such an attitude. He became an inner sect disciple the moment he entered the sect. This starting point was far beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. He then asked, "Then, what's up with the core disciples? Tell me more about it." Core disciples are the elites of the elites. It's even more difficult to become a core disciple from an inner sect disciple. In fact, some people have been in the inner sect for more than 100 years and still can't become a core disciple. Core disciples have a lot of power. They even have the right to kill. In fact, some of the more powerful core disciples are no weaker than some of the elders. It's just that they haven't contributed much to the sect, so they can't become elders. However, their strength is extremely terrifying. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Seemed like the identity of an inner sect disciple wasn't safe after all. He had to get the identity of a core disciple as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to get in touch with the Pill sect. After all, King Pillplume was something from several hundred years ago. Ordinary disciples would never be able to come into contact with this kind of secret. Only those in the upper echelons would be able to obtain clues. The young man in the red robes led Lin Xian to the inner sect area, but didn't enter. He said to Lin Xian, "Senior brother, I'm just an outer sect disciple. I can't enter the inner sect. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and entered the inner sect alone. However, Lin Xian did not fumble around on his own. After entering the inner sect, there were people specially assigned to guide him. Very quickly, he was assigned to an independent courtyard. Every inner disciple could enjoy a mobile independent courtyard as their own residence. From the conversation, Lin Xian also learned that the treatment of core disciples was even better. They could even occupy a mountain peak and use it as their own residence. Some powerful core disciples could even enslave outer sect disciples and order inner sect disciples to do things for them. It could be said that he had a lot of power. Lin Xian chose a courtyard and stayed there. He did not act immediately. Instead, he cultivated silently to accumulate his strength. Just like that, he stayed in the inner sect. On the other side, outside the alchemy faction, there was a test going on for the past few days. Countless outer sect disciples were trying their best to enter the inner sect. Among them, there was a beautiful young girl who also wanted to participate in the test. The young girl was beautiful, but her demeanor was a little arrogant. She raised her chin like a proud little princess. At that moment, there were many young men around her. "There are 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. I'll definitely get one," the young girl said proudly. Of course. The surrounding warriors quickly flattered her. Beside her, there were a few arrogant disciples. They were also elites of the outer sect and were very confident of entering the inner sect. Among them, there was a young man in red robes. He looked at the young girl and smiled. "That's for sure. Sister Ting, when the time comes, we'll enter together. However, after entering the inner sect, you'll have to rely on your brother. When the time comes, don't forget about me." Hearing the compliments around her, the young girl called Fong Ting became even more proud. "Of course. Don't worry, my brother is very powerful in the inner sect. After we enter, I'll ask him to take care of you." When the surrounding disciples heard this, they were envious. They knew that Fong Ting was very powerful. At such a young age, she had become a top outer sect disciple and was about to enter the inner sect. Not only that, she had an even more powerful brother who was in the inner sect. It could be said that no one dared to bully her. She would probably be a proud daughter of the heavens if she entered the inner sect. Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, at that moment, the results of the test were also out. Immediately, everyone stretched their necks and looked nervously. The young girl called Fong Ting also became nervous. To be honest, although her talent was not bad, there were many people in the outer sect who were more talented and stronger than her. Therefore, she was not completely confident. However, when she saw that her name was ranked 10th, her delicate little face immediately revealed a proud smile. 10th. Although the ranking was slightly worse than she had imagined, she was still very satisfied. Because she knew that there were only 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. In other words, as long as one entered the top 10, they would definitely be able to enter the inner sect. Ha 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 ha. That's great. I've finally entered the inner sect. Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Obviously, these were the top 10 disciples. Soon, an outer sect elder walked over quickly with a scroll in his hand. As for Fong Ting and the other top 10 disciples, they all had proud smiles on their faces as they quickly walked out and stood in front. They knew that it was time to announce the results. As expected, the outer sect elder slowly said, "Next, I will announce your candidates to enter the inner sect. Huang Kai, Xiao Dong, Qin Feng." The outer sect elder read out 9 names in a row. They were all disciples ranked in the top 9. Fong Ting listened with a smug expression, but when it was her turn, she suddenly stopped. The outer sect elder slowly put away the scroll and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the 9 of you will be inner sect disciples. After entering the inner sect, you must cultivate well. You must not slack off." "Yes, disciple obeys." Qin Feng and the other 9 disciples nodded respectfully, while the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. What was going on? There were only 9 people. Why were there only 9? Chapter 1557. What's going on? There are only 9 people. Why are there only 9? Everyone was puzzled and puzzled. Fong Ting quickly said, "Elder, why didn't you read my name?" After the outer sect elder heard this, he said in a deep voice, "There are only 9 spots to enter the inner sect this time, so only the top 9 will be taken." 9? How is that possible? Fong Ting's face was anxious. Didn't we say that there were a total of 10 spots? Why is there 1 less? That's right, Elder. Weren't the spots already decided? Qin Feng, who had already become an inner sect disciple, was also puzzled. There were indeed 10 spots before, but a few days ago, a disciple came and joined our alchemy sect, directly becoming an inner sect disciple. So naturally, there will be 1 less spot for you. What? Someone directly became an inner sect disciple? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that they knew the rules of the alchemy sect. Usually, when they came, they would be outer sect disciples. It was very rare to hear of someone who could directly become an inner sect disciple. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? Fong Ting screamed. Originally, she was full of confidence and thought that she would definitely be able to enter the inner sect this time. However, she did not expect such a thing to happen. This is against the rules. I'm in the top 10, so I should enter the inner sect. Fong Ting quickly said. However, the outer sect elder snorted coldly, noisy. Is this a place for you to behave atrociously? This is the sect's decision. What are you dissatisfied with? At the end, his voice was incomparably cold, and even emitted a powerful aura. No, no. Sensing this aura, Fong Ting was also scared silly and quickly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the outer sect elder said in a deep voice, "With your talent, after cultivating for a period of time, you will definitely be able to enter the inner sect next time. This time, you can go back first." After saying that, he waved his hand and took Qin Feng and the other 9 inner sect disciples away. Only the shocked crowd was left behind. Damn it, this is too despicable. I have to find out who replaced me. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Fong Ting knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. As for the surrounding warriors, their scalps went numb. That was because they knew that the disciple who became an inner disciple was going to be in trouble. Fong Ting's brother was an extremely terrifying figure in the inner sect. With his ruthless attacks, he could kill anyone. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been cultivating in his room, but he would come out from time to time. In the vicinity of his courtyard, there were many spiritual herbs that he needed to take care of. He would hand over 70% of these spiritual herbs to the sect, and the remaining 30% would be his reward. This was an inner disciple. If he wanted to be promoted to a core disciple, he would only need to pay half of it. In the past few days, while Lin Xian was taking care of the spirit herbs, he also got to know some of the surrounding inner sect disciples. They were familiar with each other. One day, while Lin Xian was cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Lin Xian immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and opened the door. The person who knocked on the door was his neighbor. He was also an inner disciple, and his name was Zhou Hai. In addition to Zhou Hai, there were 2 or 3 other figures, all of whom were inner disciples nearby. "What's the matter?" Lin Xian asked. Usually, no one would disturb him during the day. Now that the other party was here, it meant that something had happened. "There's a mission for us." "Mission?" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew that to become a disciple of the alchemy sect, one had to complete some sect missions. However, he did not expect that the mission would come so soon. "Yes, it's like this. Recently, the cities near us have been losing spirit herbs. Sometimes, there are even obvious riots. It's obvious that it's man-made. According to various investigations, we finally found out that it's the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Now, the sect has issued a mission to kill the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Many inner sect disciples have already taken action because the rewards this time are too generous. Every time you kill a martial artist from the 10,000 Poison sect, you can get 1 sect contribution. 10 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a high-grade alchemy book or a top-grade spirit herb. Those spirit herbs are not the ones we planted. They are all extremely precious. Every one of them is worth a lot. It seems that the sect is really angry this time. Yes, especially those high-grade alchemy books. Even the core disciples are tempted. I think many of them will go this time. We want to go too, so we came to call you. How about it? Do you want to go together?" Zhou Hai and the others asked. "Okay, let's go take a look." Lin Xian nodded. He had nothing to do anyway. He could get rid of some people from the 10,000 Poison sect in exchange for some spirit herbs and alchemy books. He was happy. All of Lin Xian's belongings were with him, so there was nothing much to pack. He left with Zhou Hai and the others and flew towards the city at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Fong Ting was also contacting her brother in the inner sect through letters. Fong Li, Fong Ting's brother, was also an inner sect disciple. Moreover, he was a very powerful inner sect disciple. It could be said that everyone in the inner sect knew of Fong Li's existence. When he found out that his sister's spot had been taken and she could not enter the inner sect, his face immediately darkened. "Investigate. Who took my sister's spot?" Fong Li said coldly to a few of his underlings beside him. Don't worry, young Master Fong. We'll investigate now. These followers were also inner sect disciples. They quickly went out to investigate. Soon, they returned. We found some information. That kid is called Lin Xian. He came 5 days ago. He was indeed directly promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, we can't find out the reason. How strong is that kid? Fong Li asked in a deep voice. I don't know about his alchemy skills. However, according to those who have seen him, he's only a one-star king. One-star king. Hearing this, Fong Li's frown deepened. The people around him sneered. How can he be promoted to an inner sect disciple with such a weak cultivation? Could that kid be an alchemy genius? Impossible. If he's really an alchemy genius, we should have known the moment he came in. But now, he's keeping a low profile. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Fong Li snorted. No matter who he is or how he got in, he must pay the price for taking my sister's spot. Let's go. Let's see what Lin Xian is capable of. Fong Li snorted and ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Chapter 1558. Along the way, many inner sect disciples' expressions changed when they saw this. Isn't that Fong Li? Why does he look so pale? Where are they going? They don't look friendly. Oh my god, someone dares to provoke Fong Li. Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that someone took Fong Li's sister's place in the inner sect. I think Fong Li is going to find trouble with the other party. What? Is there such a thing? That should be right. There is indeed a new disciple in the inner sect. I think his name is Lin Xian. Look at them, they are indeed going to Lin Xian's courtyard. The surrounding inner sect disciples are whispering. When they saw this, they followed them. Fong Li and his group stopped in front of Lin Xian's courtyard. Is this the place? Fong Li looked ahead with a cold gaze. Yes, young Master Fong, this is the place. Wait, I'll get that kid to come out. One of the inner sect disciples said. Then, he stepped forward and shouted coldly, Lin, get out here. His voice was like thunder, turning into a sharp sword that quickly spread inside. However, it was quiet inside. There was no response at all, let alone a person. Humph. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Seeing that there was no response, the inner sect disciple was very unhappy. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed forward. With a boom, the door and wall in front of him exploded. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Was he going to do it himself? However, after waiting for a while, no one came out. Soon, a few inner sect disciples entered the courtyard at lightning speed to check it out. Then, they came out and said, Young Master Fong, there's no one inside. No one. Hearing this, Fong Li frowned and asked coldly, Do any of you know where that kid went? Whoever provides me with the clue, I'll give him a high-quality spiritual herb. Immediately, someone ran out and said, That Lin kid went to take on a mission. The one from the 10,000 Poison Sect. A mission from the 10,000 Poison Sect. Hearing this, Fong Li narrowed his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a stalk of spirit grass and threw it to the man. How dare you take my younger sister's spot? No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. It just so happens that I'm also going to accept the mission from the 10,000 Poison Sect. I'll take care of that brat while I'm at it. Fong Li sneered and left with his men. Upon seeing this, the surrounding inner disciples shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, that Lin Xian guy is too unlucky. He actually offended Fong Li, that's right. With Fong Li's strength and methods, that kid won't be able to get anything out of him. That's not all. If they meet him outside this time, that kid might lose his life. When the time comes, Fong Li will kill that kid and push the blame to the 10,000 Poison sect. Even if the sect finds out anything, they won't care. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's not bother about it. The group of people left one after another. At the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cities were like stars in the sky. Although only a few days had passed, Lin Xian discovered that the appearance of this place had changed. Among them, many cities had been attacked. The city walls had collapsed, the houses were damaged, and deep holes had appeared on the ground. Not only that, but there was also a green mist in the surroundings that contained a deadly poison. Even a king had to be careful when dealing with it. According to Zhou Tian's introduction, this was a unique technique of the 10,000 Poison sect. This green mist was extremely terrifying. It was condensed from many king-level demonic beasts. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Anyone below the king level would definitely die if they touched it. As for king level cultivators, if they accidentally inhaled it, they would lose a lot of their strength and might even be heavily injured. Therefore, they had to be careful when fighting against the 10,000 Poison sect. Damn, these people from the 10,000 Poison sect are really despicable. Yeah. Just this poisonous mist alone has consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. If we weren't kings, we probably wouldn't have been able to stay in this poisonous mist for too long. An inner disciple's face was gloomy. Obviously, the poisonous mist in the surroundings was a huge burden on him. These people were Lin Xian and the others. They had appeared in the city. Among them, Zhou Hai looked at Lin Xian's calm expression and asked in confusion. Brother Lin, could it be that you're not affected at all? Heavens, your spiritual energy is too strong, isn't it? Indeed, there were countless sword qi revolving around Lin Xian's body. Every sword qi was extremely sharp, and the poisonous mist couldn't get close to him at all. Zhou Hai and the others were also using their own methods, but their expressions weren't as calm as Lin Xian's. Among them, Zhou Hai and another disciple called Yang Song were the strongest. Both of them were 2-star kings. The remaining 2 were late-stage 1-star kings. The 4 of them walked carefully, while Lin Xian checked the surroundings. By the way, Brother Lin, are you a swordsman? This sword qi is too sharp, isn't it? While the others were still envious, Lin Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, I seem to have found something strange. Strange? What is it? Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled. They were also alchemists, and their soul power was very strong. However, they didn't find anything strange at all. However, looking at Lin Xian's expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Therefore, they were very puzzled. Come, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian dashed forward. Although Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled, they still followed. Soon, they left the city and entered the primeval forest. After flying for a while, Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others also flew down. Then, they opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Because there were countless corpses on the ground. However, most of the corpses had turned into white bones, and the remaining ones were also rotting. Obviously, they were all poisoned to death. These are the warriors from those cities. It seems that they have fought with the 10,000 Poison sect. The others gasped. The distance was too far. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all. Even they couldn't sense it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have known it all along. Just how strong was his soul force? Lin Xian looked at the scene and frowned. What a strong poison. Not only had the corpses rotted, but the entire ground had also become a land of death. There was no trace of life. Furthermore, the poisonous gas would spread out and gradually fuse into the void to form a poisonous fog. It wouldn't be long before the whole place became a land of death. Not even a blade of grass would grow. Zhou Hai frowned. He summoned a white mouse from his king's domain and fed it a pill. Suddenly, the white mouse shone brightly. Its black little nose twitched as if it was looking for something. Chapter 1559. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and called out, "Brother Lin, come quickly. We found their tracks." "You found their tracks?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sect to have such a method. His figure flashed, and he followed behind. At this moment, the dark red dragon in his sleeve explained. "This is a spirit-seeking mouse. It's a very intelligent beast with a very developed sense of smell. It can track people down. So that's how it is." Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood how the other party could find the 10,000 poison sex tracks. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. The peaks were thousands of feet high and stood on the ground like divine swords. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they found that the spirit-seeking mouse was no longer flying. It seemed to have lost its way. "What's going on?" "We lost them." Zhou Hai frowned. He didn't expect his method to fail. Lin Xian also frowned. He used his soul power to investigate, but he didn't find anyone nearby. However, he felt uneasy. At this moment, the dark red dragon transmitted its voice, "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid it's a trap." Lin Xian nodded and was about to say something. However, all of a sudden, countless black shadows appeared all around them and surrounded them like ghosts. Sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. It was like the laughter of evil spirits, causing one's scalp to go numb. "Who is it? Come out!" Zhou Hai and the others shouted. At the same time, their bodies shone with light as they prepared to defend themselves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. Good method. He didn't even detect the other party's presence. It seems that the 10,000 Poisons sect has some unusual methods. I didn't expect it to be a few children. You dare to chase us here? I have to say, you're really bold. A cold voice sounded. Not good, it's the 10,000 Poisons sect. Zhou Hai's expression changed. Everyone, be careful. Then, he roared angrily, remnants of the 10,000 Poisons sect, you've harmed the common people, and now you dare to come near my pill sect. You're courting death. I didn't expect you to be from the pill sect. Since that's the case, then all the more I can't let you live. Before he finished speaking, a green shadow flew out quickly. That green light is too terrifying. It's covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like a raging sea. It's heading straight for Zhou Hai. Scram! Zhou Hai roared and punched out. The fiery red fist carried a resplendent light that illuminated the surroundings as it quickly slammed into the green light. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out. More than half of the green light was melted by the fiery red fist. However, Zhou Hai did not have it easy either. He took 5 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. There was nothing he could do about it. That green attack was simply too terrifying. It wasn't powerful, but its strength was strange, and it even carried poisonous gas. Fortunately, he had been careful in defending himself, so the other party didn't succeed. I didn't expect your strength to be so good. You actually managed to survive under my green devil hand. But kid, don't be too complacent. I only used half of my strength just now. This time, I'll use my full strength. Let's see if you can still block it. The cold voice rang out again, with a strong sense of ridicule. Then, an incomparably violent energy surged out and slammed towards Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face changed drastically. The previous attack was still too much for him to handle. However, now that the other party had used his full strength, the aura made him feel suffocated. Seeing that Zhou Hai was about to be swallowed by the green palm, Lin Xian made his move at this critical moment. He waved his hand, and a huge sword qi quickly formed. It shone brightly like a divine rainbow and quickly slashed forward. A terrifying murderous aura shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the green palm was cut off by the sword qi. Not only that, the poisonous gas that filled the sky was also completely eliminated. Thank you, Brother Lin. Seeing that Lin Xian had repelled the other party, Zhou Hai heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. The others were also extremely shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's battle prowess to be so powerful. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again, I didn't expect there to be another expert. But kid, since you dared to offend me, you're definitely dead this time. The sound wave turned into a green ocean and spread out in all directions, bringing with it a strange poisonous gas. Damn the 10,000 poison sect. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth, then quickly took out a few pills and distributed them to Lin Xian and the others. This is the green spirit pill. It can cure hundreds of poisons. Take it and you'll be able to resist the poison of the 10,000 poison sect. Lin Xian took it and sniffed it. Then, he nodded slightly and swallowed the pill. However, Zhou Hai and the others did not look too good. This was because from the previous attack, the other party was at least a 3-star king. They could not resist such an expert at all. However, they were more shocked by Lin Xian's combat strength. Brother Lin, are you a 3-star king? Have you been hiding your strength? The few of them asked doubtfully. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No, I just used some secret techniques. However, it's not difficult to resist a 3-star king. Humph. You're really boasting shamelessly. The cold voice rang out again. It's not difficult to resist a 3-star king. Kid, it seems like you really don't know your limits. Fine, I'll kill you today and let you know the power of a 3-star king. As the voice fell, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. A middle-aged man walked out from the front. He was wearing a blue robe, and his face was pale and beardless. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were filled with coldness. His eyes were jade green and had an extremely ferocious gaze. This middle-aged man was the one who had attacked earlier. He was also a 3-star king. Behind him stood dozens of 10,000 poison sex nobles, ranging from 2-star kings to 9th heaven venerables. What? So many people. Zhou Hai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They were already no match for a 3-star king, let alone the 10,000 poison sex cultivators behind them. Are we really going to die here this time? Don't panic. Hold them back. There should be disciples of our alchemy faction nearby. Another disciple quickly sent a voice transmission. Then, he waved his hand and flicked a red pill into the sky. Then, it exploded, forming a cloud of mist. This was the communication signal between alchemy faction's disciples. It could be used to call for help. Now that it was used, it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. However, the middle-aged man in the blue robe sneered. He waved his hand, and countless green lights surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, enveloping the red mist. Hee, you want to call for help? It's useless. Today is the day you die. Damn it. Zhou Hai and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Although the signal for help had been blocked, these people were not much of a threat to him. As long as he attacked with his full strength, he could kill all of them. That was exactly what he was thinking. The great dragon sword's soul in his body circulated, and an aura was about to be released. Chapter 1560. The voice was extremely terrifying. Not only did Zhou Hai and the others' expressions change, but even the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Poisons sect looked gloomy. Lin Xian's heart also jumped. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. This energy was too terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed that of a 3-star king. Could it be a 4-star king? Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he quietly watched. Even a 4-star king would be difficult for him. If the other party was from the 10,000 Poison sect, then he could only take Zhou Hai and the others and leave. Soon, the figure arrived and floated in the sky. He was like a god of war, looking down. It was a youth with a cold expression. His gaze was like lightning, causing one's heart to tremble. A fiery red cauldron floated above his head. 2 fire dragons were carved on it, circling around each other. Humph! The 10,000 Poison sect dares to behave so atrociously near my alchemy sect. You really don't know what's good for you. The mysterious youth's cold voice sounded. Who are you? Below, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Poison sect had a grave expression. The cultivators behind him also frowned. They could feel how powerful the other party's aura was. Core disciple of the alchemy sect, Lu Chao. The mysterious youth said coldly, I've already answered your question. You can die now. In the sky, the mysterious youth waved his hand. Immediately, the red cauldron above him emitted a resplendent light. It was like a sea of fire, and it was rapidly rolling down. Countless flames soared into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and instantly enveloping all the cultivators of the 10,000 Poison sect. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The cultivators of the 10,000 Poison sect tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Even the blue-robed middle-aged man used his king's domain to try and escape. However, Lu Chao coldly snorted. He pointed his finger, and flames soared into the sky, turning into a fire dragon that instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. In an instant, all the cultivators of the 10,000 Poison sect were killed. Even the surrounding poison gas was evaporated by the sea of fire, leaving not a trace behind. So powerful. They were all killed in an instant. Zhou Hai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was indeed an expert. Most likely, his strength had already surpassed that of a 3-star king. Furthermore, from the other party's words, he seemed to be a core disciple. Is this the strength of a core disciple? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up his opponent. Greetings, senior brother. Zhou Hai and the others shouted respectfully. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few figures flew over like lightning. They were all young people wearing the attire of the alchemy sect. It seemed that they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. This time, there were a total of 5 or 6 people, both men and women, and their strength was not weak. When these people arrived and saw the scene below, Jing immediately smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother Lu is indeed powerful. He killed nearly 110,000 Poison sect's martial artists with a raise of his hand. Such means are heaven-defying. That was because Senior Brother Lu was also a very powerful existence among the core disciples. However, these people from the 10,000 Poisons sect are too despicable. They actually dared to come to our Pills sect and behave atrociously. And from the looks of it, there were quite a few of them. Could it be that they were plotting something? The new disciples quickly conversed. At this time, the core disciple called Lu Chao looked down and said in a low voice, "Are you all inner sect disciples?" "Yes," Zhou Hai quickly said. "Thank you for your help, Senior Marshal Brother Lu." Lu Chao nodded and said again, "You should go back." This time, the 10,000 Poison sect's martial artists are strong. They are not people you can fight against. "Okay, we'll go back now." Zhou Hai and the others nodded. They knew that the other party was right. This time, the 10,000 Poison sect's martial artists were very strong, and there were many of them. They were afraid that it would be very dangerous for them to stay here. "Lin Xian, let's go." Zhou Hai looked to the side and said quickly. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. However, at this time, a young man in the sky frowned and asked coldly, "Lin Xian? You're Lin Xian, the new inner sect disciple?" There was a sinister coldness in this voice. Lin Xian stopped and looked back. Zhou Hai and the others were confused and stopped as well. He looked back and saw a handsome man standing there. However, his eyes were very cold, and there was even a hint of killing intent. This made him very confused. The other party wanted to kill him, but he did not know him at all. At this time, the other disciples asked, "Fongli, what's going on? Do you know him?" "It's nothing, just some personal matters," Fongli explained. Then, he looked to the front and said respectfully, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, I have some matters to settle, so I'd like to stay here for a while." "Okay." Lu Chao nodded. Then, his body flashed and he turned into a rainbow and left. It seemed that he was going to hunt down the other 10,000 Poison sect martial artists. When the remaining people saw this, they also followed after him. At this time, only Fongli was left in the sky. Suddenly, Fongli's body sank and he landed on the ground. On the opposite side, Zhou Hai and the others frowned. They could not understand why Fongli stayed. However, looking at his eyes, it was probably not something good. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a voice transmission, "Brother Lin, be careful. Fongli is considered a figure in the inner sect, but he is not to be trifled with." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He really did not know what Fongli's intentions were. This was because he had not interacted with anyone in the past few days in the alchemy sect. It was impossible for him to have a grudge with anyone. In front, Fongli sneered, "Lin Xian, how dare you steal my sister's spot?" "Your sister?" Lin Xian frowned even harder. He did not know this person's sister at all. Ridiculous. Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. He did not have time to waste with this person. "You want to leave?" Fongli sneered. Then, his body flashed and he appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body. It was very sharp. "Fongli, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around," Zhou Hai said quickly. "Mess around? Who do you think you are? How dare you control me? Get lost." Fongli snorted and threw a punch, instantly pushing Zhou Hai back. Bang! 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 Zhou Hai stepped back, cracking the ground. His expression was very ugly. When the others saw this, they all roared. "Fongli, although you are a 3-star king, we are not to be trifled with. If you push us too far, we will fight to the death." "Fight to the death? Just the few of you. You are not worthy of my attack," Fongli said coldly. "As long as you get lost and don't interfere, I will not kill you. However, I will not let this kid go today. Chapter 1561. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. Do I know you? You don't know me, but my sister could have entered the inner sect, but she was replaced by you. Tell me, how can I let you go? So that's what happened. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others' faces turned ugly, but Lin Xian understood. He did become an inner sect disciple directly, but this was the sect's decision, and it had nothing to do with him. As for replacing Fong Li's sister, he didn't know either. But now, Fong Li didn't explain at all and showed killing intent to him. He didn't take him seriously at all. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of a mere 3-star king. So, he said coldly, becoming an inner sect disciple is the sect's decision. If you have any opinions, you can raise them directly. It's no use looking for me. Of course, if you insist on finding trouble with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Teach me a lesson. Fong Li was stunned, then he sneered disdainfully. Ha, what a shameless boast. Kid, I think water must have entered your brain. How dare you say such a thing? He sneered disdainfully. As far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was only a 1-star king realm cultivator. Such a person definitely wouldn't be strong. And he was a 3-star king, an extremely powerful existence among the inner sect disciples. He had many secret techniques in his hands, and he also had a very unique flame. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. He only needed to move his finger and he would be able to squash the other party to death. Yet, Fong Li still dared to boast about teaching him a lesson. What a joke. Kid, I don't care what background you have, and I don't know how you entered the inner sect. Since you dared to replace my sister, you must die. Remember, in your next life, be careful. Don't provoke people you can't afford to provoke. Fong Li's voice was cold, and boundless killing intent surged from his body, forming a murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. What? You dare to kill someone? Fong Li, don't you know the sect rules? Zhou Hai roared. According to the rules of the alchemy sect, disciples of the same sect are not allowed to kill each other. Thus, even if there was enmity between them, they would usually just teach each other a lesson. But now, Fong Li wants to kill Lin Xian. This is too shocking. What's wrong with that? A bunch of idiots. In any case, you're out on a mission. Even if you can't return, others will think that you were killed by the 10,000 poison sect. So, you won't suspect me. Die, brat. Fong Li roared angrily and charged towards Lin Xian. It was a terrifying martial art right from the start. Purple Tiger Beast Fire. A ball of purple flames appeared on Fong Li's body, burning fiercely and releasing a terrifying aura. This type of flame was extracted from the body of a type of demon king. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Fong Li was using it, it was even more terrifying. Purple Tiger Form. On Fong Li's body, purple flames surged rapidly, forming a huge purple tiger. Then, it charged towards Lin Xian. This momentum was too terrifying. It was as if a real demon king was emitting a terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the void quickly collapsed. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed. Like a ghost, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared on the other side. He dodged it. Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others were overjoyed. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed. This was because they realized that the purple tiger did not disappear. Instead, it charged towards Lin Xian again. The monstrous flames caused the void to distort incomparably. It's useless. Brat, you can't escape. This is my origin source flame. It won't stop until I kill you. In the distance, Fong Li sneered. Although Lin Xian's speed surprised him, he did not care because he was very confident in himself. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were worried. Damn Fong Li, this guy really wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be in danger. In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian stopped dodging. Instead, he attacked quickly. He was not a timid person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party to prevent future trouble. Azure Dragon Break. A black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed it out. This was a move that he had just learned. When he used it now, its power was terrifying. The sword chi surged and turned into a furious black dragon, roaring at high speed. This black dragon shone brightly like a real divine dragon. It stirred up thousands of waves and moved quickly in the void. On his body, there were countless sword radiances that pierced through the sea of clouds. Boom! The black sword chi instantly collided with the purple tiger shadow, causing a shocking explosion. The terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. However, the explosion disappeared in an instant. All the energy, including the purple tiger, was destroyed by the black sword chi and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Hai and the others had already retreated to a distance to watch the battle. They could not block that energy at all. What? He blocked it. How is that possible? On the opposite side, Fong Li was shocked and could not believe it. Fong Li was only a 1-star king, while he was a 3-star king. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But, he actually managed to block his attack. How is that possible? He can't believe it. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others were also shocked. Although they had seen Lin Xian fight against the experts of the 10,000 Poison Sect, they thought that it was a secret technique that would not last long. But now, Lin Xian blocked Fong Li's attack with ease. This made them extremely shocked. They even realized that it was not a secret technique that could achieve this. Perhaps Lin Xian was really strong. Thinking of this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fong Li's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. Damn it, that's impossible. How did you do it? Could it be that you took some kind of energy-boosting pill? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could you block my attack? As an alchemist, he naturally knew about this kind of pill that could instantly increase a cultivator's strength. However, it would cause great damage to the body. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken such a pill to be able to fight against him. It's just a pill that relies on external strength. How can it compare to me? Next, I'll let you know my true strength. Fong Li comforted himself. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Shameless fool. With that, his figure flashed and he charged forward again. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a monstrous power. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens as it exploded again. Chapter 1562. You are courting death. Fong Li was enraged. He did not expect Lin Fan to take the initiative to attack him. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Thousand Beasts Fist. He waved his fists and countless purple flames danced. They formed thousands of fist shadows and charged toward Lin Xian. Every fist was the size of a mountain. They carried a monstrous force and shattered the void. Bang! 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 The sword chi and fist shadows collided and the violent energy destroyed the entire sky. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too powerful. The 9 darkness demonic sword slashed down like a death scythe and sliced all the fist shadows apart. In an instant, the purple flames in the sky were extinguished and nothing was left. However, the black sword chi charged toward Fong Li again. Before the sword chi landed, the terrifying murderous intent pierced through the void. What? How is this possible? Fong Li was scared out of his wits when he saw this. That was his ultimate skill. How could it be so easily broken by someone else? He could not believe it. When he felt the chilling murderous intent, his heart raced. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Fan was stronger than him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and retreated quickly like a purple light. What? He retreated. Fong Li retreated. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this. Fong Li was a real 3-star king and was extremely powerful. Everyone in the inner sect knew about him. Moreover, his opponent's flame was even more terrifying. It was at the Demon King level. But now, Fong Li had actually retreated, and from the looks of it, he was in such a sorry state. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Fong Li retreated quickly like a purple rainbow. However, the black sword chi was even more violent and faster. Not only that, the black sword chi had already firmly locked onto him. It was like a black dragon roaring in the air. Fong Li could not dodge it. At this critical moment, Fong Li gritted his teeth and quickly took out a purple alchemy cauldron to block the black sword chi. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard and the entire void cracked. Although Fong Li used the purple alchemy cauldron to block the sword chi, the powerful force still sent him flying and smashed a few mountains. Fong Li screamed crazily as blood splattered everywhere. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? He was truly crazy. Beside him was a sea of purple flames, which formed a king's domain, burning the mountains, trees, and forests. His face was hideous, like a demon. He didn't dare to believe it. However, Lin Xian was like a flickering shadow, instantly appearing beside him. The demonic sword in his hand quickly stabbed down. Pang! Fong Li was sent flying again. God knows how many of his bones were broken. This time, he received serious internal injuries and could barely get up. However, when he saw Lin Xian walking towards him again, he immediately screamed. Because he realized that the other party really wanted to kill him. Stop! Damn it! You dare to kill me! Do you know who I am? Fong Li screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, what does it have to do with me who you are? I don't know you, yet you came to kill me for no reason at all. Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Fong Li's face turned ugly. He quickly said, I was wrong about what happened before. I'll apologize to you. Can you let me go? In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others couldn't believe their ears. The arrogant Fong Li was begging for mercy. This was simply too unbelievable. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, I don't like to leave threats behind, so you must die. Then, he slowly raised the 9 darkness demonic sword. You're courting death, kid. Don't you know that I'm senior brother Lu Chao's man? If you dare to touch me, senior brother Lu Chao won't let you go. Fong Li roared crazily as if he had gone mad. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Fong Li to be on Lu Chao's side. One had to know that Lu Chao was a core disciple, and his cultivation had reached the 4-star king level. He was extremely terrifying. If he was angry, he could kill any inner disciple in front of everyone without being punished by the faction. It could be said that in their eyes, Lu Chao was a supreme existence. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had already witnessed the methods of that core disciple, Lu Chao. Seeing Lin Xian hesitate, Fang Li sneered again. How about it, kid? Are you scared now? Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, when I tell senior brother Lu Chao, you'll die. Shut up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off Fang Li's head. Puff! Blood spurted out as Fang Li fell. Even in death, he couldn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the core disciples? Lin Xian said coldly. You don't have to threaten me. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll kill him too. With that, he waved his hand, and the black nine darkness flame gushed out and burned the corpse on the ground. However, he put away the storage ring and the purple pill cauldron. The cauldron was able to resist his sword qi, so it must be of a high grade. As a powerful inner disciple, Fang Li must have many treasures in his storage ring. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really kill Fang Li. They couldn't believe that Fang Li had been killed. Brother Lin, you. Zhou Hai and the others rushed over and looked at the scene on the ground, dumbfounded. Lin Xian shook his head. I had no choice. If I didn't kill him, I don't know when he would kill me. Don't worry, the sect won't be able to find out. As he said, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did it. They'll definitely think that the 10,000 Poison sect did it. Don't worry, Brother Lin, we won't say anything. Zhou Hai and the others swore. But you have to be careful of senior brother Lu Chao. After all, he's a core disciple. If he finds out about this, we'll be in trouble. Core disciples have the power to kill. They don't even need to go through the sect to attack the inner disciples. Zhou Hai said worriedly. Don't worry. A 4-star king is strong. I might not be able to defeat him, but I'm still able to protect myself. Lin Xian wasn't boasting. He had many tricks up his sleeve, which was far beyond Zhou Hai and the others' imagination. Then, the group moved and left the place. Lin Xian and the others didn't continue with their mission. Instead, they returned to the sect. With their current strength, they couldn't fight against the 10,000 Poison sect. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood, so the group went back. Chapter 1563. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood either, so the group went back. However, Lin Xian's face darkened when he returned to the alchemy sect. He realized that half of his courtyard had been destroyed. This made him extremely angry. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian had returned, they began to point at him and discuss among themselves. 2 young men were sitting in the courtyard that Lin Xian had destroyed. When they saw Lin Xian return, they opened their eyes. You're Lin Xian. The 2 of them stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. That's right, it's me. You destroyed my courtyard. Lin Xian asked coldly. So what if we destroyed your courtyard? Do you dare to resist? The 2 of them sneered. How dare you offend young Master Fang? You're courting death. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're back so soon. If you meet young Master Fang outside, you're dead meat. Don't worry. He didn't meet young Master Fang, but he met us. We'll teach him a lesson. Let him know that there are some people he can't mess with. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You're the ones who should kneel down and apologize. How dare you destroy my courtyard? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare you threaten me? The 2 young men sneered. Kid, don't you know who you are? You're just a newcomer to the inner sect. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm young Master Fang's man, and young Master Fang is senior brother Lu's man. You've offended us. You won't be able to stay in the inner sect for long. At this point, the two young men laughed wildly. The crowd was silent because they knew that they were right. That Lin Xian is dead meat. Yeah, he could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Fang Li. He's too young and doesn't know any better. He'll understand after staying in the inner sect for a while. The two arrogant disciples became even more smug when they heard the crowd's words. Brat, did you hear that? You can't be saved. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to us. Maybe we'll let you go if we're in a good mood. Humph, you're courting death. Lin Xian didn't waste any time and attacked like lightning. Like a phantom, he arrived before the two young men in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slapped forward. Paw! Paw! Two crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the two arrogant youths received two slaps on their faces. You are courting death. You dare to hit us. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they roared angrily. Mad, they were really mad. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess in the inner sanctum. When had anyone ever dared to bully them? But now, a newcomer who had just arrived. How dare he slap them? This was intolerable. Upon seeing this, the minds of the surrounding inner disciples went blank, and they stood rooted to the ground. They couldn't believe what was happening. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He waved his hand and slapped again. Paw! Paw! The crisp sounds of slapping could be heard. Very soon, the two arrogant youths were beaten until their heads were swollen. Blood mixed with teeth, all fell out. The two arrogant youths' faces were swollen and bleeding profusely. Their eyes were filled with anger. They roared as if they had gone mad. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't avoid the slap at all. In the end, there was a look of horror in their eyes. This was because they realized that although the other party was only a one-star king, his strength was too terrifying and unfathomable. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. No, don't hit us. I was wrong. Big brother, stop. Please spare us. The two arrogant youths knelt on the ground and quickly begged for mercy. When the surrounding inner disciples saw this, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe that the two arrogant youths were kneeling before Lin Xian. Heavens, am I dreaming? Aren't they Fang Li's men? They are usually arrogant. Why are they terrified this time? Who exactly is Lin Xian? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was talking about it. Only Zhou Hai and a few others were calm. This was nothing. Even their boss, Fang Li, had been killed by Lin Xian. Of course, they wouldn't tell anyone about this. Lin Xian retracted his hand and wiped his fingers. Then, he said, "You destroyed my courtyard. You should know what to do, right?" Yes, yes, big brother. We'll fix it for you now. The two of them quickly moved to fix Lin Xian's courtyard. This scene was too strange. More and more inner disciples came to watch. However, the two arrogant youths didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly lowered their heads and started working. Soon, the courtyard was fixed. Lin Xian didn't make things difficult for them and told them to get lost. After the two of them left, the surrounding inner disciples also left one after another. However, from now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he entered the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a formation quickly formed and surrounded the courtyard. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out Fang Li's storage ring. There were dozens of subdivine crystals, many elixirs, and many spiritual herbs in the storage ring. In addition, Lin Xian also found some cultivation techniques. Most of them were useless to him. However, he was quite interested in one of them, the fire manipulation art. As he became more familiar with the shaken world, Lin Xian realized that the subdivine crystals this time were unusual even in this place. Therefore, Fong Li had dozens of subdivine crystals, which was quite a lot. As for the ordinary disciples, most of them still used high-grade spirit stones. After putting away the subdivine crystals, Lin Xian opened the fire manipulation art. This fire manipulation art was about the control of fire by an alchemist. Some parts of it were exquisite and inspired Lin Xian a lot. With a wave of his hand, the 9 underworlds flame rushed out and danced between his fingers. Then, he used the fire manipulation art. Immediately, the black flames moved and formed many demonic beasts. If one looked closely, they would find that the demonic beasts formed by Lin Xian's flames were more realistic. In fact, some details were exactly the same as real demonic beasts. Their power had also increased by a lot. Lin Xian nodded and put the fire manipulation art aside. Lin Xian checked all the spiritual herbs and elixirs carefully. He put away all the useful items. As for the useless ones, he planned to find a place to sell them. He also couldn't use the purple cauldron. Otherwise, people would definitely suspect him. Next, Lin Xian didn't go out again. Instead, he went into seclusion to break through and become a 2-star king. After all, Fong Li had a core disciple, Lu Chao, behind him. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. Chapter 1564. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. He had to be careful. Lu Chao was a 4-star king. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against him. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Also, if he wanted to become a core disciple, he had to make a breakthrough. Based on the current situation, only 4-star kings had a chance of becoming a core disciple. Lin Xian held the dozens of subdivinity crystals in his hand and used the long life incantation to absorb them quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. The other inner disciples were still on the mission of hunting down the 10,000 poison sect. Among them, the most eye-catching was the small team led by the core disciple Lu Chao. Wherever they went, the 10,000 poison sect was immediately destroyed. No one was spared. Lu Chao was wearing a white robe. His face was cold and he emitted a powerful aura. He was like a fire god standing in the void. With a wave of his hand, the red cauldron above his head shone brightly and formed a sea of fire that killed hundreds of 10,000 poison sect martial artists. Behind him, a few inner disciples clapped and cheered. Lu Chao was expressionless as he slowly descended to the ground. Then, he frowned. How long has it been? Why isn't Fong Li back yet? It's been 2 days. Yeah, what's Fong Li doing? Has he returned to the sect? A few inner disciples were confused. Lu Chao looked at the contribution points in his hand and nodded slightly. It's about time. We should be able to exchange for many things. Let's go back to the sect first. Then, they set off and returned to the alchemy sect. However, when they returned, Lu Chao and the others found that Fong Li hadn't returned. However, they didn't care and went to exchange for treasures. However, after waiting for 3 days, Fong Li still hadn't returned. Those people all started to frown. Even Lu Chao's expression had sunk. Under normal circumstances, Fong Li wouldn't have dared to leave him for so many days without sending him a message. There was only one possibility for such a thing to happen. Something had happened to Fong Li and he couldn't come back. No matter what, as his subordinate, Fong Li was very capable. Moreover, he was talented and wanted to nurture him. Thus, Lu Chao became worried upon seeing that Chu Feng had yet to return. He asked in a low voice, "Who was Fong Li with the last time?" "It should be those inner sect disciples," someone said from the side. "Didn't Fong Li say that he had to deal with some personal matters the last time we worked together? After that, there was no news of him." "Have you searched outside?" Lu Chao asked again. "Yes, I've already searched the nearby forests and cities. In fact, we even searched the place where he left. However, we were unable to find any trace of him. It's like Fong Li has evaporated into thin air." Hearing this, Lu Chao's face darkened. The surrounding disciples were also extremely confused. "That's impossible. With Fong Li's strength, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if I encounter people from the myriad poison sect, I should be able to escape even if I can't defeat them." The few of them conversed, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was off. Did something really happen to Fong Li? Lu Chao's face was also gloomy. "I think it's very likely." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding inner disciples gasped in shock. Then, their eyes widened. How is that possible? Who could put Fong Li in such a predicament? Unless it's a 4-star king. But we've been on this mission for so many days, and we haven't seen a single 4-star king or myriad poison sect martial artist. It's useless to think so much. Who did he meet last? "Call those inner disciples over," Lu Chao said coldly. "Yes, I'll call them over right now." An inner disciple quickly left. On the other side, Lin Xian had been in seclusion all this time, and he finally opened his eyes today. However, he sighed slightly because he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm. After entering the king realm, the energy required to break through was extremely huge. Especially for him, he required even more energy than an ordinary person. This was actually very normal. The Dragon Sword Soul was extremely powerful, and its attack power was unparalleled. Thus, the energy it required was much more than an ordinary martial artist. Although Lin Xian had many natural treasures and the powerful absorption power of the longevity art, he still couldn't meet the requirements of the Dragon Sword Soul. It seemed like he had to go out and search for opportunities. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go out. However, although he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm, his current cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1-star king realm. His strength was also much stronger than before. However, at this moment, Zhou Hai came over again. His expression was extremely solemn as he said to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, Senior Brother Lu Chao has sent people to look for us. Could it be that we've been exposed?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, he still took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We shouldn't have been exposed yet. If we were, he wouldn't have sent people to look for us and would have directly charged over. Perhaps he's just suspicious, or perhaps he doesn't know what happened at all, and wants to ask us about it. Don't worry. Our cultivations are very low, and we're nothing in his eyes. He wouldn't think that we can kill Fong Li, we just have to calm down." Very quickly, Lin Xian, Zhou Hai, and the others were taken away. Lu Chao's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian and the others. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you, do you know where Fong Li is?" "Fong Li? We don't know. Hasn't he returned yet?" Zhou Hai and the others played dumb. "Why did he look for you that day?" Lu Chao continued to ask. "Nothing special, just a small misunderstanding. It's already been resolved," Zhou Hai continued to explain. "Nonsense." Lu Chao was suddenly enraged, and his expression was abnormally cold. "Nothing special. I heard that Fong Li has a grudge with this kid, and it's not a small one. Now you're telling me that there's nothing special. What else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm a core disciple, and I have the right to kill you. Therefore, even if I kill you now, the sect won't say anything. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and Lin Xian's gaze was also cold. Lu Chao's forcefulness made him very uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, he would have already attacked. However, he still had a mission to complete in the alchemy sect. Therefore, he couldn't fall out with them. At least, he couldn't let the higher-ups of the alchemy sect notice him. Chapter 1565. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, there was some misunderstanding between me and Fangli. I was promoted to an inner disciple by an elder of the sect, taking away his sister's spot. I didn't know about this before. Because of this, Fangli wanted to make trouble for me. But that day, he didn't do anything and left. It seems he discovered something else. It should have something to do with the 10,000 Poisons sect." Lin Xian said half of the truth. As for the other half, he pushed the blame to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lu Chao didn't say anything. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. At the same time, he released the pressure of a 4-star king. Feeling this pressure, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Lin Xian snorted inwardly. This pressure had no effect on him, but he still used the immortality incantation and squeezed out a few drops of sweat, causing his face to turn even paler. After all, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. Lu Chao was like a demon god. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword that could pierce through them. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, an inner disciple suddenly flew in. With a panicked expression, he said, "Senior brother Lu Chao, something bad has happened." "What happened? Is it news about Fangli?" Lu Chao asked coldly. "No, it's about the 10,000 Poisons sect. The 10,000 Poisons sect came with a purpose. They built an ancient tomb in the Fengshan mountain range, and it's filled with killing intent. It's already attracted the attention of many sects and countries. Our Pills sect is also very shocked. Many people are heading there now. Senior brother, should we go as well? Ancient tomb. Let's go take a look." Lu Chao stood up without hesitation. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and stared at Lin Xian and the others. "You better be telling the truth. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately." With that, he let out a cold harumph and led the other inner sect disciples up into the sky, disappearing into the void. Zhou Hai and the others were pale. They sat on the ground with a plop, covered in cold sweat. The situation just now really scared them to death. It was fortunate that they had news of the 10,000 Poisons Hall as a shield. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger by now. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He knew that this matter was very troublesome. From the looks of it, regardless of whether he was the culprit or not, they still wanted to kill him. Humph, what an overbearing fellow. However, it's still not certain who will kill who. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted. "Zhou Hai, you guys go back. I need to go out for a while." Lin Xian had always wanted to go out and look for opportunities. This time, the 10,000 Poisons sect had created an ancient tomb, which piqued his interest. With the character of the 10,000 Poisons sect, there must be treasures inside. If he could get them, he might be able to become a 2-star king warrior. Once he became a 2-star king, Lu Chao and the others wouldn't be his match at all. At that time, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also disappeared in the air. This time, he didn't move together with the other inner disciples. Although those people's strength was not bad, it would be difficult for them to explore such an ancient tomb. Of course, he didn't move alone. He was accompanied by the dark red divine dragon. Finally, there's another treasure. I'm so excited. The dark red divine dragon stretched out its neck and howled like a hungry wolf. These days, it had been holding back for too long. Kid, let's go all out this time. Let's see what good things are in that ancient tomb. The two of them were like lightning, flying in the air. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they found their target. In the distance, there was a black mountain range. Killing intent soared into the sky, and demonic chi ran rampant. It was very terrifying, as if it had turned into hell. That aura made even the dark red divine dragon tremble. Damn! What a dense baleful aura. The dark red divine dragon was very suspicious, but then its eyes lit up. Lin Xian also carefully examined and warned, be careful. This is not the Tianwu continent. There are experts everywhere. We must not enter danger. The two of them descended from the sky and hid their auras. They walked carefully. When they looked up, they could see many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Among them, there were not only people from the alchemy sect, but also the nearby sects and countries. They were all looking for the ancient tomb. The closer they got to Feng Mountain Range, the more the aura of death there was. Black liquid began to appear on the ground, and even the trees were rotting. The entire mountain range seemed to have turned into hell. This is Feng Mountain. Even if there's no ancient tomb, it's still a land of death. Zombies often appear here, so you have to be careful. He Tu also warned. There's such a thing. Lin Xian was surprised. He originally thought that this change was caused by the appearance of the mysterious ancient tomb, but after hearing He Tu's words, he realized that was not the case. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also explained, he's right. Feng Mountain has been a dead mountain since ancient times. Who knows how many corpses are buried here, and there's no lack of experts among them. Of course, if the situation is good, they'll die and turn into bones. If the situation is bad, they'll turn into zombies. Ordinary martial artists will turn into zombies at most, but those peerless experts will turn into zombies with intelligence. Those zombies can cultivate. They're very terrifying. Kid, if we meet those zombies, we can only run. The dark red divine dragon also had a lingering fear. It was obvious that he knew a lot about Fengshan. With the two's warning, Lin Xian naturally became more careful. However, it was useless. The closer he got to Feng Mountain, the more bones there were. Crack! Lin Xian could crush several bones with a single stomp. Finally, he alarmed a skeletal creature. Crack! Crack! Countless white bones crawled out from the ground, forming skeletons. These skeletons were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, and some were beast-like. At this moment, there were more than 10 skeletons, and they quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used dragon catcher hands. His palms were like two real dragons, and they instantly sent the skeletons flying. However, this action of his caused an even greater commotion as even more powerful skeletal creatures appeared. An angry roar came from below. Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. A crack that was almost 1,000 meters long formed, and then a huge figure appeared. It was also a skeleton's creature, but its body was the size of a small mountain. There were 2 balls of green flames on the huge skeletons of a cow. Those were soul flames. Chapter 1566. The white bone ox head held a huge black axe in its hand. It was as big as a door, and its surface was full of holes. It had been corroded to the extreme. However, its power was extraordinary. The giant black tiger axe was swung in the air and turned into a black ray of light. It was like a bolt of lightning that blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fist and punched out. The blood in his body roared like a dragon. Bang! He used his fist to meet the giant black axe head-on. The collision of the two caused the void to tremble. Boulders rolled down from the surrounding mountains. With a single strike, Lin Xian was forced to take a step back, whereas the ox-head white bone was forced to take 3 steps back. So powerful! Lin Xian was surprised. His punch was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king might not be able to take it. However, the skeletal creature was only pushed back by 3 steps. He had to admit that it was too powerful. As for the white bone bull head, it roared furiously. Although its intelligence was not very high, it was still able to understand what was happening before its eyes. A human brat was actually able to force him back. This made him extremely furious. In the next moment, the green flames in its eye sockets suddenly surged and a layer of light appeared on its white body. It roared and the sound waves with a strange killing intent quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Roar! At the side, the dark red divine dragon also roared and let out a dragon roar. Immediately, the sound waves of the skeletal creature were dispersed. At the same time, Lin Xian clenched his fist and the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared in front of him. Then, he formed a seal with his fingers and a black ray of light quickly appeared and shot into the skeletal bull's eye sockets. Roar! In the next moment, the skeletal bull let out a miserable cry. The giant black axe in its hand slashed in all directions, causing the ground to sink. The green flames in its eye sockets jumped as if it was in great pain. However, after a while, the green flames calmed down and the skeletal bull stopped rampaging. It stood respectfully in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian grabbed and put away the 1,000-beast cauldron. He then nodded in satisfaction. His figure flickered as he arrived at the white bone bull's head and sat down cross-legged. On the other side, the dark red dragon also flew up. Let's go. Once the order was given, the white bone ox head took a huge step forward and rushed forward. Bang bang bang. It was as if a white ancient mountain was moving, causing the earth to tremble. Along the way, many skeletal creatures were alarmed, but when they saw the skeletal bull head, they all hid underground, not daring to come out. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Xian used his soul power to scan the surroundings. He avoided most of the martial artists in the sky and arrived at the nearest mountain range. There's a cave. The dark red divine dragon's gaze was like lightning as it immediately locked onto the front. Shall we go in and take a look? He asked excitedly. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the cave ahead. As soon as he entered the cave, Lin Xian felt a cold aura surrounding him. That aura was very strange, like a gust of chilly wind, causing his hair to stand on end. His figure flashed, and the red lotus armor appeared. After all these years, Lin Xian had gathered all the materials and refined the complete red lotus armor. The red lotus armor's might was even above the starry sky armor. At the very least, it could be used by King Realm martial artists. As soon as the red lotus armor appeared, Lin Xian immediately felt that the effect of the chilly wind had weakened greatly. This caused him to heave a sigh of relief. On the other side, the dark red dragon roared as well. The dragon blood in its body surged and formed a defense to resist the chilly wind. Once the two of them got used to the environment in the cave, they started to size up the surroundings. The inside of the cave was different from the outside. The outside was a swamp with rotten flesh and bones, but the inside of the cave was much cleaner and had a hard rock floor. It was very dark inside, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to see that there was a passageway ahead. It seemed like it was probably a cave abode. They hadn't expected that they would be so lucky to find a cave abode at random. A wisp of joy appeared on Lin Xian's face. The dark red dragon was delighted as well. Although it's not the main cave abode, it should be pretty good. Let's go down and take a look. The passageway was in the shape of a spiral and extended downwards. Lin Xian and Enhong Mystical Dragon were both bold and skilled as they walked downwards. The passageway was very deep and seemed to lead to hell. Gradually, they discovered that there were footsteps echoing in the passageway. Could there be people? The two of them were shocked. They restrained their auras and moved quickly. Then, they were stunned. There were indeed footsteps ahead, but they didn't belong to humans. They belonged to skeletons and zombies. The zombies and skeletons outside were mostly demon beasts, but they were all humans inside. They wore shabby armor, had expressionless faces, and their eyes were dead gray. They walked in the cave like patrolling soldiers. How strange. These zombies can actually absorb the aura of death around them. The dark red dragon was surprised. Then, it looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Kid, look at the inscriptions on their bodies. Lin Xian looked over as well, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Indeed, the dark red dragon was right. The zombies in front had obscure inscriptions on their bodies. Fortunately, the two of them were experts in this area. Otherwise, they might not have noticed it. This is a formation inscribed on the zombies. It allows them to absorb the aura of death around them and maintain their mobility. What a clever method. I wonder who set it up for them. Could it be the owner of this cave abode? I don't know. Let's go down and take a look, said Lin Xian. The aura of death around them grew thicker, but Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He activated the red lotus armor on his body and formed a red lotus that enveloped him to resist the aura of death around him. The dark red dragon flew quickly and let out a dragon's roar. His aura was like a furnace of heaven and earth. It was so powerful that the aura of death around him didn't dare to come close. The two of them were like lightning as they rushed forward with large strides. Bang! 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 Wherever they passed, the zombies and skeletons were smashed apart. But gradually, more and more zombies appeared. Their bodies even flickered with a metallic glow. Their aura was also much stronger than before. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of them and rushed over. It was a tall zombie. Most of his clothes were rotten, and the exposed skin was cold and metallic. His movements were stiff and strange, but his speed was strange. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. What a powerful zombie! It has the aura of a king. Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that the zombie had the aura of a one-star king. Boz! You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.